Conditions apply.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's Workpass, powered by Plume. Workpass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about Workpass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Doctors who provide gender-transforming care to minors in Arkansas can be sued under a new state law.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders signs a bill into law that would make physicians who provide so-called gender-affirming care to children liable for malpractice damages in lawsuits for 15 years after the minor reaches his or her 18th birthday. The bill's author calls it a safeguard against life-altering medical treatment. A federal court is temporarily blocking another Arkansas law imposing criminal charges on doctors who prescribe hormones or other treatments for the purpose of puberty blocking. Arkansas already prohibits gender reassignment surgeries for minors. Eben Brown, Fox News.
General Motors is extending a production pause at an assembly plant in Mexico through next Monday, citing an undisclosed temporary supply chain issue. The plant makes Chevy and GMC pickup trucks. GM, the largest U.S. automaker, says it's working with suppliers to try to resolve that issue. Hall of Fame receiver Michael Irvin has refiled a $100 million lawsuit against Marriott after allegations of sexual misconduct against a hotel staffer led to Irvin being pulled off Super Bowl coverage as a commentator. He says he wasn't told at the time exactly why, raising fears about his own mental health.
I played this game hard. I played the game physical. And you guys know, we all worry about it. We see what happens with our brethrens, and we now know about CTE. I'm saying, how can you say I'm doing something and I don't know it and you tell me to go home?
Irvin again denies unwelcome advances toward a hotel employee in Phoenix. Today's refiling of his countersuit in Arizona comes after Marriott's jurisdiction challenge to the initial suit filed in Texas, where Irvin lives. Recapping stocks, the Dow up more than 300, the S&P and the NASDAQ also rallying. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City was awarded Advanced Primary Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. What does this mean? It means our neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and a team of the finest neurological doctors to treat stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Take Care recently moved to its new location at the Century Plaza in Tamuning. Take Care customer service, administration, claims, membership accounting services, FHP Home Health and Hospice, and FHP Vision Center are all now located at the top floor of the Century Plaza in Tamuning. If you need any assistance, please call customer service at 671-647-3526. Email customer service at takecareasia.com or visit takecareasia.com. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Wednesday, March 15. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 32-year-old Ryan Joshua Cruz is facing criminal charges after he sexually assaulted a child in his care at least once a day for 10 days last month. The 12-year-old boy was placed in Cruz's foster care, and the boy told police that he would wake up every day to find Cruz sexually molesting him. Court documents state a separate incident occurred inside a car when the suspect asked the child if they could shower together. Court records also show Cruz was arrested last August on similar charges for molesting another little boy when the child was only 4 or 5 years old. He is charged with first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 3 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct. Cruz faces a maximum of life in prison. Meanwhile, Congressman Jim Moylan is saying the Biden administration's proposed allocation for Guam and other U.S. territories under the 2024 federal budget is inadequate. The Department of Interior has proposed $537 million to be shared among Guam, the Northern Marianas, AmSam, the Virgin Islands, and the countries under the Compacts of Free Association. In a letter to Biden, Moylan said each stakeholder would receive less than the $191 million being proposed in the same budget to fund security for the 2024 presidential campaign. Moylan adds that the amount Guam stands to receive is not proportionate to the island's role in homeland security. He notes that Guam has one of the highest enlistments per capita in the nation and is home to one of the largest veteran communities. He hopes to obtain the administration's support on realistic and justifiable reimbursements when the COFA negotiations commence this year. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
A public hearing was held yesterday for Senator Duenius' Bill 9 that would legalize consumer-grade fireworks. He says it will promote family bonding during holiday celebrations and create business opportunities for retailers to sell what he remembers to be very popular. Consumer-grade fireworks consist of explosives formerly known as Class C common fireworks, such as snakes, sparklers, and fountains intended for retail sale and use by the general public. Former Education Board member Mark Mendiola testified that the measure made a lot of sense in terms of how it addresses safety issues and the responsible use of consumer-grade fireworks. Mendiola adds that the permit fee of $35 required to sell consumer fireworks would help generate revenue for the Guam Fire Department. Acting Fire Chief Joey Sinicolas says the department is taking a neutral stance on the bill because strict regulations for retailers and consumers are needed. Sinicolas adds that GFD will enforce the law if the bill is passed, but would need additional funding to conduct inspections and enforce fines. Retailers would have to be licensed and receive training from the fire department. And the public restrooms for the Inarahan Natural Tide Pools Park will be reopened at the end of the month or the beginning of April when the park officially reopens. Parks and Rec officials say an illegal water hookup is under investigation, which has cost the agency $15,000. Parks and Rec had to shut off the restrooms in the park to repair a large leak in October 2020. After the repair was done, the water was kept off until the first phase of renovations was complete, and that's when the agency asked GWA to restore water services to the restrooms. Then GWA discovered the water connection was tampered with and had already been illegally turned on. Parks and Rec officials say GWA officials have indicated that the level of tampering is consistent with someone who has intimate knowledge of GWA systems. They say these were the reasons for the restroom closure and not because of unpaid water bills. Despite the illegal hookup, Parks and Rec has decided to pay the water bill while GWA conducts its investigation so that the pool can be reopened to the public. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Someone who has knowledge of the way things work over at GWA. What are you trying to say? Why don't you just come out and say it? What an interesting new wrinkle on the story that there was some kind of tampering going on with it as opposed to a $15,000 unpaid bill. Oh, well, we'll learn more as we get closer and closer to whenever the grand opening is going to be, 6:11 in the morning on The Ray Gibson Show. Here it comes. The weather for today. Partly sunny. Highs near 87 degrees with a heat index that'll feel like 92. Winds east up to 15 miles an hour. Might see some gusts as high as 20 miles an hour today. Mostly cloudy with lows around 76 degrees. East-northeast winds about 15 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20. For tomorrow, mostly sunny. Highs around 87 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow night and mostly sunny again on Friday. And here I am with boogers in my nose. I'm not going to be able to enjoy it.
No.
I don't know who to blame for getting sick like this. You know, it's not like I've been out and about, you know, and taking chances with my health. I mean, I did have a meeting with a guy that had a mask. Maybe it's possible that, it's true. Those masks are useless, and it came right out. I don't know. Heat index today, like I said, going to be about 92 degrees, 30% chance of rain. Some of that has already fallen on what are wet roads this morning. Sunset tonight at 6:31. Get together, watch the sun rise here this morning at 6:29 or so. There it is. News news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the second floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuni.
It's March Madness month at GTA. That means big discounts and awesome giveaways. Come into GTA today and get the all-new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra with a 200-megapixel camera and advanced photography. Your selfies will look amazing day or night. Purchase a Samsung Galaxy S23 series smartphone and get on our best unlimited plan for as low as $65 a month. Plus get a free $200 Payless gift card when you open a new line. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. Smartphone month at GTA. We start with you.
Portions of the program here brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
In the morning, and welcome to the program. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you, although I will admit to being a little bit handicapped this morning. I know you're listening every morning at 6:50. I give you another excuse for why the show is going to be lousy, right? So today I don't know. You know, I was feeling good when I went to bed last night, and I woke up this morning, and my tongue was dry. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, I
where
have, man.
It feels like it's just like a
Too
dry
much smoke,
piece of rag or something in my mouth. And
Did you karaoke and smoke cigarettes all night?
There was no karaoke and cigarette smoking.
Okay, man.
I did not do any of that. Can I? Should I?
No, we worry about you, man.
Can I check? Maybe get the
if
doctor.
You want to.
We'll get Dr. Hao Nguyen on the line, and he'll say, "Did you want me to talk again about the crisis at Guam Memorial Hospital with their network break-in and consequent shutdown?" And you say, "No, Ray Gibson woke up this morning with a dry tongue, and he wants to know if there's something to be done about it." And then the worst part about the dry tongue is, what are you giggling about there? There's giggling.
Because I woke up with dry tongue too.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here?
Is it possible that the lady...
I'm the outbreak monkey. No, Joe.
Hey, good morning.
Well, now we know where it came from. I know.
At least your tongue's not sprained.
You know what? And the damnedest thing... The damnedest thing is I was telling everybody the entire time that it was COVID-19, the COVID times, that, well, she's at least 6 feet away from me, so I should be all right. Well, I'm red like my shirt is. And it's not because I'm embarrassed. It's because I'm not getting enough oxygen because I got boogers in my nose here. And I might use the phrase boogers a little bit more this morning. I ran into a friend of mine last night. It wasn't her.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it wasn't.
That's a great nickname for somebody.
A friend.
Nice segue, dude.
But she was really thrilled to tell me something. And I said, "What's going on?" She says, every morning I drive my daughter to school, and lately she has been turning off the music stations because she wants to hear you."
Okay, wait a minute.
And I'm like, what? She thinks you're a blast. She thinks you're hilarious. And
she likes the truth and knowledge.
Yeah. So this is great. I'm breeding young conservatives. But she said, she just thinks that you are just the funniest thing on the radio, and she loves listening to you. And I said, well, how old is she? And she said, well, she's 12. I said, okay, then I'll shut Joe up.
Oh, really? It's me, huh?
Well, I don't. Every once in a while, you'll let something out of your mouth. And then you look at me.
Keep it clean.
Then you look at me like, did I get away with that? I got away with it this time, didn't I? Are we getting letters to the editor? Is anybody calling up? Are we losing any advertisers? No, I'll keep doing it then. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. As I said, thrilled as usual to be here with you. It's Wednesday, the day I don't call hump day because everybody else in the radio does, but you can. You can. I don't want to impose myself just because, hump day isn't my Wednesday pronoun. Doesn't mean you can't use it as your Wednesday program.
Yeah,
if you feel that is if you feel like you've got to give Wednesday, some kind of extra attention because it's in the middle of the calendar, right in the middle of the weekday calendar, where it's been for centuries. But if that's you, that's okay with me. But I will make a nod that today is the Ides of March.
Oh, yeah.
And do you know the story of the Ides of March?
I don't.
Didn't think so. Donna? The Ides of March.
What is Does it have to do with Caesar?
It does. Julius Caesar was attacked.
He stabbed in
multiple
the back?
times. Yeah, like a prison thing.
He was backstabbed.
Oh, I like the salad.
I like the salad too, but not named after Julius Caesar. I think it was named after a restaurant in New York. I could be wrong. I mean, it's one of those things. I get trivial stuff in my head. But anyway, so today is the Ides of March, and they always say, beware the Ides of March. Today, the Ides are upon us, and it could be, some people have got those superstitions that go way, way back, and maybe you ought to be on the lookout for some kind of, protect yourself from, some kind of pending disaster. Yeah. So cross yourself, put some garlic around your neck, and that kind of thing, and you will be protected from getting stabbed by senators in ancient Rome. Lots and lots on the table of contents. We'll get around to doing that. But first off, let me just introduce everybody that makes this program what it is. Even though it's called the Ray Gibson Show, because my ego is the size of Dedito, we still have other people that are instrumental in bringing you this great taste of broadcasting. And Real Joe Cruz gets the phone when you call at 888-8255, 888-TALK. Yeah, you are here.
Kind of.
It's all right. Every once in a while, I'll go outside, just before the show starts, and I'm thinking, where's Real Joe? Where's Eagle? And he's in his car, and there's a part of me that wants to find out just what the heck he's doing in his car.
Nothing.
But
man.
Men need their privacy. Men need their privacy.
My body's here on time.
Starts from when they're very young. I know some of you moms might be a little bit concerned about your young men spending too much time in the bathroom. That's just they need privacy, all right? Anyway, 6:19. I'm not going to suggest that maybe Real Joe is doing something like that in the car. But anyway, so we got him. What else do you do here? No, pretty much that.
I cackle once in a while.
Cackle. All right, very good. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines, and this is going to be one of those days where there really isn't all that much going on. I mean, if the headline in today's Guam Daily Post is the safe and sane fireworks hearing that took place over at the legislature yesterday, I will be scraping, and we will be scraping literally the bottom of the news barrel. Which is all right. Which is all right because it frees me up to bring you more important things. Never mind news, the current events and all of that stuff. How to unclutter your mind. Which is, I'm probably the last guy that should be giving advice on that. But I did read an article, the first sentence of an article. Okay, I read the headline. I read the headline in an article that is talking about the digital mess that we make. And Real Joe doesn't have this problem. Real Joe is not, you're not like super technophile. Frankly, I'm surprised that you have as much social media as you
browser,
do. Yeah.
The cookies, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm good at that.
Yeah, because, leave no tracks. Leave no digital tracks. So, but in my mind, I think that I've got a little bit of clutter going on because I've got so many social media points, so many communications points. We're on Signal. I got WhatsApp, Messenger. Then there's the one that, is on the phone. People, I didn't realize people were still using that. Every once in a while, I'll get a note from somebody because they know my phone number and they typed it into their phone and sent me a message. That, wow, what's that? It's a text, Ray. You remember from in the beginning of the thing? So I've got all of I feel like I've got, my day is not started until I've gone to this like round robin on my phone to check everything. And it always works out that I forget to check, of all things, the email. Email is usually, maybe you're the same way out there, where email is the last thing that you check. Anyway, so there's all kinds of people that want to give you advice on how to deal with that and the digital anxiety that we suffer from it. And I might be one of those a little bit later on. Donna D, like I said, got to take care of news and headlines. More of that coming up before you know it. But we've got these folks over here who are not digitally messy.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
it's such a comforting feeling, isn't it? And people around here know everybody else's name. Although this is weird. It's not really a name. The number one guy this morning is Post Canteen, and that's the dude from the VFW.
The number one guy.
Number one guy. And a reminder later on that there is still money to win. And this might be the most important thing, and I'll direct this specifically to Donna D. Today is the last day to order/pay for your steak.
I forgot.
The $25 or pork chops. Come in by close of business today to get that done. Is there a way to do this on PayPal so you don't have to actually drive all the way up there?
I wish. But would you go?
What's that?
If you paid through PayPal, would you actually go drive there for steak night?
Oh, of course. Yeah, if I paid for it.
What about if it's already paid for?
$25. Oh, somebody paid for me?
Yeah.
If somebody paid for me to go and enjoy a steak on Friday night.
Saturday night.
When is it? Which Saturday is it?
This coming Saturday.
Like the day after tomorrow?
Yeah.
I can't go.
Oh.
I got a thing. I got a thing. I know. Maybe next one. I'll work on the next one. Anyway, so there's that Bunker Menno online. Big man Rico B. Sino Tata Mo. Yes, I am your daddy. Mark Anthony says, catch me on the app today.
Morning, big man.
Stay safe, everyone. Mark Anthony, we're not using Stay Safe. Stay Safe was one of those throwbacks to the COVID days where everybody wasn't like, okay, goodbye, I love you. Nothing like that. It was like, okay, like be safe. All of a sudden was the new version of I love you, bye-bye.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I always try to be safe. And frankly, given the death in the air syndrome that was COVID-19, there wasn't much you could do about it. Okay, I'll be safe. This is me being safe.
I say get wild. Man.
Yeah. Anyway, so Francis Salas is online. Trina San Augustine saying, good morning, beautiful people. Oh, Steve likes my new haircut. Pat Saho is there. New do-ray, says Dennis Larson. Yeah, I went to Ashley haircut yesterday.
All the women recognize that you got a haircut.
What's that?
I said all the women recognize that you got a haircut.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Well, no, Dennis Larson. Maybe Vivian told him. Anyway, Rico B again. Joe Dizon is there. Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenius, and Family Finance. Good to see Jay Nauta. Manny and Ning Reyes and Rosita Lujan Perez. Half a day to Patrick R. Bumba saying Buenos and half a day. Cousin Troy's online.
Good morning, my favorite child.
Cousin Troy's going to be working hard today. Cousin Troy, he's putting the finishing touches on the governor's State of the Island address.
Oh, he wrote it.
Yeah.
I hope so. Then it would have some imagination.
Okay, so here's your assignment today. Is somebody download and put that Chat GPT thing on your computer if you haven't already, because I've been talking about this stuff, and ask it to write the governor of Guam's State of the Island address for 2023. Just see what it comes up with. Just a speech. 10 pages will do, and just see what it is that Chat GPT can put together. No doubt it will use the same kind of soaring language that all the people at Adelup have been working on. And how's this word? And they go, it's just not big enough. It's not. It doesn't have the gravity. We want people to come away from this speech going with awe. I want them to be awed by the speech, not to say awe because of the speech. Let me see. Mike Grace Bloss. Keena McCausland says, finally, beautiful day in Vancouver. Scott K. Armstrong online. Lonnie Salas bidding good morning to the Point family. I see Mark Cruz checking in from Las Vegas. He brought his Hoka shoes because some of the places where he's going to look at heavy equipment, manufacturers, accessories, all of the artificial intelligence that I'm sure that they're baking into every product there. He is a lot of walking around that you're going to be doing.
Yeah, it's just going to hurt, man.
So what I'd always do there, Mark, when I'd go to those big conventions, where they got 1 million square feet worth of exhibits and things like that, just kind of hang out in a lobby. Just make sure that you get seen by people.
Close to the beer.
Yeah, close to the beer. Rudy Rodolfo online saying, good morning, Ray, Donna, Joe, Jerry. Holiday, it's Whopper Wednesday. Guiza Whopper today. Thanks for the reminder. S. Douglas Turner. Says, Havaday, Guahan, have a great show, gang. Thanks, Douglas. Appreciate that. Eric Chong and Joey Kitsutu, Dwayne Santos. Favorite guy artist, Ron Castro is there. Jason at Military Auto Source. Colin Clark. Seems like Guam has a high child / rapist count. 2 of the 3 magistrate reports that were published yesterday are criminal sexual conduct. Just FYI. The one that's not is a kind of a long tale. I'm going to have to edit this a little bit because it's a long story about a boy has unregistered tags, a screwdriver, and and crystal methamphetamine. So, I mean, it's
nice.
Yeah. It's
all the recipes for success.
Heart-tugging story, Joe. Where was I? Oh, and Colin Clark. Loved the picture that Jerica posted. Have you seen it, Joe?
No.
It's a beautiful picture of Jerica and Colin reaching behind her with love's embrace.
I like the ones of just Colin laying on the beach.
And grabbing a boobie.
Yeah.
And Facebook hasn't seen it yet. I love that. Anna Marie is there. Let me see. I got Aquino Maipi saying half a day from Hawaii. Good to have you there. The Point Petri dish. That's it. Francis Duffy. Donna D loves her Whoppers. Okay, so Aquino in Hawaii wants to do this. Kapong Nene Chonchuk in Guam. I'm not sure what it is that I just said.
Nice. Ifalsum.
Yeah.
Put chicken.
Rananim.
Yeah. Rananim.
Okay, thank you very much. I know I'd remember at least something. Auntie Bennett, Jerome McDonald, the lovely good morning, Miss Donna D. Drink the green tea, Ray. Drink the green tea. Green tea. Henry McGloin.
That will save you, Ray.
What kind of alcohol did you go to bed to, Ray? I didn't. You know what the last thing I had before I went to
There's
sleep?
your problem, man.
No, I'd some ramen. I'd
There
some
you
like
go.
ramen and leftover pizza from CPK.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like the one last slice from dinner the other
Instant
night.
dry tongue.
Yeah, apparently. Colin also asking dry tongue. Were you licking on anything? Don't make me start talking more about your pictures here. I got Alex Afflegui saying good morning to the chairman. Sonia Vince Gomez Uggan. Et Napati, Henry Manglot, like I said, Brennan Fausto, Jigo Jarhead, on and online here with us this morning. Ray McGravy from Mandan, North Dakota. Mike and Grace Bloss. What's this? Citizens for Public Accountability? We'll have none of that here. Oh, wait. No. Do we like Citizens for Public Accountability, right?
Okay, there you go. We're for that, right?
Guam and Minions celebrate surrendering net negative obligations for future excess land returns in exchange for lease for Mangilau lot. Okay, so I can tell by the few words that you used in your post that you're not down with Governor Lulian Guerrero's attempt to lease that land or 50 years, preventing the original landowners from being able to, take advantage of the claim. It doesn't look like you're down for that. I was wondering out loud, in my head this morning with my dry tongue because I couldn't say it out loud. I wonder if tonight, because Cousin Troy knows, tonight when the governor does the State of the Island address, there will be touting. I mentioned this yesterday. There will be touting. We beat COVID-19. The Interahan pools are open. We've got reflectors on Route 8. We fixed big chunks of Marine Corps Drive. Wow, doesn't Dun Dun Dunky look good? You know, they weren't in good shape until Josh and I went on a look-see tour the other day, and we solved all of their problems, and now they'll be able to open with of course the Tom Fisher hates it, the gazillion dollars worth of tax rebates that they're going to be getting, so there's going to be touting, but there will also be, I'm sure, an announcement. There's got to be a very special announcement. So what's it going to be? We're going to fix the schools. No, it can't be that. No. Let me see. What's the announcement going to be? We're going to fix Guam Memorial Hospital. Never mind that. We're going to let that. We're going to let that die. And as we build up our new one out, it would not surprise me if there was a kind of from behind announcement that the lease has been signed.
Oh yeah.
And maybe from behind. Maybe a from behind. There's a 12-year-old listening. Knock that off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Their from behind announcement that the lease has been signed, and in fact, it was signed before the legislature got together and voted on the measure that would prevent the governor from signing some kind of lease. Oh, did we do that? It's in the realm of possibility, and since COVID-19, I've done nothing but have sinister thoughts. So I'm just saying it's possible. Dale Audette, Randy Landis, Ruel the Rooster, Drelon, Brad Wood is there.
Morning, Wood.
And Juanita Machi. Let me see. Are we taking shots shots every time Governor Lou tells a lie. No. Tattoo Shauna is online, already giggling. That's sweet. JDC Beneventi saying, good morning, Primo. Troy Torres, Bunker, what's that? The speaker should dive into why the governor doesn't want to build at the donated land. There should be a question about that, and I don't know when outside of the radio show we're going to do that. Here's you nut. Dennis Larson says, the big announcement, Josh is going to have a baby.
Oh, nice.
And he's going to
be at the gender reveal.
He's going to give birth. Janine Bloss is online saying good morning. Janine, go to the beach, take some selfies. You know what we're looking for here. I don't want any more pictures of the dog. We've already seen it. All right. What a cute puppy. Okay, where's Janine in the swimsuit? That's what we're going to be looking for here today. Now, speaking of dogs, the hot sister of the program, Pam Duvall, has posted this up on the meme machine. There's a dog. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, look at this kind of dog with his little wet nose. Napu is missing. Last seen Telefofo this morning at 5:30. It might have been yesterday morning. Please help this family find their Napu. If you see him or know where he is, there's a phone number, 482-9171. And that must be out in the open because they put it on the flyer.
Yeah, you got to put one of those trackers, right, Ray?
What's that?
One of those trackers on the dog.
Well, if the dog didn't look like, maybe one of the reasons why it is gone is because it doesn't have like a leash, a collar to attach that
collar
tracker
with the
to.
tracker.
Yeah. So I was about to, I know Tattoo Shauna's going, Tattoo Shauna loves animals. She may go drive down to Telefofo now just to go and look for that dog. At any rate, the tracker thing, I was about to brag to somebody about how awesome that tracker is, and because my friend went to a concert and then realized after they got out that they couldn't remember where they parked their car.
Nice.
Yeah. This is
classic.
And it's freezing cold, and it was raining, and it was uphill at midnight or something like that. Anyway, so I said, you should have gotten an AirTag. I have an AirTag for my car, and I know where my car is at all times. And then I opened up the app because I was going to screenshot it and show her, and realized that the AirTag was showing my car at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. I leapt from the couch to go and look and see. Wait a second. No, it's in my garage. It's in my driveway. And as it turns out, the place where I thought I'd carefully hidden the AirTag, I did not see where there might be some compression. This is me going the long way around saying, I broke my dang AirTag in the truck. And, I'm an electronically minded guy, and I was thinking maybe I can fix this thing. So I popped it open, and I did not see any of what we like to refer to as user serviceable parts. It's all little tiny pieces of service-mounted devices. And I thought, well, crap, I hate to do this, but I threw about $30 away worth of Apple products. So now I got to go to Beyond the Box and buy some more. Anyway, so the AirTags are good. And my guess is, if you put one of those AirTags around the dog, it would spend eternity trying to chew it because it looks like it might be some kind of toy. But give it a shot anyway. 6:35. And let me give you the phone number one more time just in case. 888-8255, 888-TALK. And use the meme machine is online. So, yeah, you can send some more pictures of Napu. Let's see if we can get a happy family reunion and see what's going on. I'm sorry, I got one from Dennis I can't put on the screen. It's something about making coffee for the boss. 6:35. 797 for the clean one, 797-8255. And if you've got, your kids driving around in the car, have them get a selfie of themselves, have them send it into 797-8255. So we've got an idea of just the kind of audience, the kind of minds that we are warping here on a daily basis. Time for our first big look at news and headlines. You ready for it there, Donna D? Are you good? All right, so you do that. And Walt, she said, you know what, I can share the halls with you. And I'm like, oh, that's sweet. But you know what, I can't take halls and talk on the radio at the same time.
So do it now. Just put it in your mouth while I'm doing the news.
And then what am I going to do with it when you're done?
Spit it out. Put it back in the wrapper.
Mouth, not a spitter.
Gross,
oh my
dude.
God. What? No, it's an unhealthy, it's a bad habit. Didn't you watch Willy Wonka? All right, time for news and headlines with Donna D. Avadana. What's going on?
There will be a temporary road closure surrounding the Guam Congress building starting at around 3:30 this afternoon in preparation for Governor Lulian Guerrero's State of the Island address, scheduled to begin at 6:30. Seating inside the session hall and public hearing room is by invitation only. The governor is expected to talk about strengthening Guam's economic recovery, the creation of new jobs, and challenges the community faces. And more than 2,000 individual tax refund payments for tax year 2022 and prior have been sent out. The refunds cover error-free tax returns filed on or before February 5. Refunds continue to be paid weekly, but due to the surge in the volume of returns filed daily for tax year 2022, turnaround time will begin to fluctuate between 3 and 6 weeks. And GMH has resumed visitations following a temporary suspension made last Wednesday. On Monday, the hospital announced its network had been breached on March 2, prompting them to alert the FBI and Guam Homeland Security. Visitations were temporarily suspended to ensure appropriate dedication of resources. It was not mentioned whether the network had been restored. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to it.
Yeah, what a strange and eerie story that is. So that they're not. Some people are not referring to it as a breach because apparently whoever it was that got into the system, had a username and a password. So you can't really say it was a breach. Unauthorized access might be a little bit better, but the whole conversation about how they went about this just reeks of a certain kind of incompetence, if you ask me. I don't know, and mostly from they had an opportunity for good PR here, a real good opportunity to get out in front of the story, and instead they waited until there was a leak that made its way to Candid. And so Candid breaks the story. All of a sudden, their butt's showing, and they got to come out with something. And the something was, as we talked about yesterday, well, we've restored our systems. Everything is taken care of, and we're working our way back. And at no time was patient healthcare instead of coming out and saying, "Hey, you guys, guess what? You got to get in front of the story around here because people will leak it to Candid and just assume that people know what's going on inside your organization." 20 away from the top of the hour. 888-825-5888-TALK. You want to do traffic next? Okay, I'll be right back.
Buenos Zenhafide. Thank you for coming to today's annual meeting. As you all know, our island's had a very successful year, and I'd love to hear about all of the progress we've made. Who wants to go first?
Me, please.
Why don't we start with you?
Yes, thank you. We've helped over 1,200 Guam kids and their families pay for childcare.
And that's over $5.5 million in childcare costs so far. Excellent work, as always.
Thanks, boss. Over 130 after-school and community care programs have received grant funding for programs like swimming.
And cycling. And soccer. And jiu-jitsu.
Just to name a few. It's my turn, guys. Come on. Anyways, we've also graduated 3 cohorts in our provider certification program at GCC and certified over 75 relative care providers.
That's great news, everyone.
Yes, indeed. It's been a long day. I might need a little break.
Who's ready for recess?
Recess? This ad is paid for with funds administered by the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 7 o'clock in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Time to take a first look at what's happening in traffic. And as we like to start off the mornings with the location for Optimus Prim. If you are near the Ukadu area, that big red snaky looking thing, that's Optimus Prim.
I see.
It is there at this time. It will make its way back to the port. I believe 7 o'clock tonight is when they're going to be moving that monster back home so it can get loaded, put another massive load on this thing, and then bring more parts up to the Ukadu work site. So that's what's happening there. Otherwise, in regular traffic, what you are muddling through right about now, Let's see if we've got anything worth bragging about up north. Nah, not really. A little bit of traffic. It's busy up around Route 9, the Potts Junction area. You get over to where the main gate of Anderson Air Force Base, it seems to quiet up a little bit more. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3, looking really, really good. Central Guam, Upper Tumon into the Tumuning area, running fast and furious as well. Don't see a whole lot on 16, all the way through to 8, 10, and 16. Tri intersection running clear. 10 and 15, a little bit busy over at Price Elementary, and a little bit of traffic over at the intersection of 4 and 10. Otherwise, Route 8 running clear into town, Route 4 running clear into town. Don't see anything that's going to slow you down till you get to the main gate of Navy. Big Navy is a little bit slower than normal these days, which actually is kind of normal these days. It's 6:41. There's your right now traffic. This is ThePOINT.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
The new Subway series includes one of the most craveable sandwiches of them all, the Subway Club.
Number 12, the Turkey Cali Club is the best with avocado, turkey, and bacon.
The best should come with bacon, turkey, and ham. That's my number 10, the All-American Club.
Number 11, the Subway Club is a proven classic that comes with ham too, plus turkey and Angus roast beef.
I see. Let's start over. Let's talk cheese in the Subway series.
I'm still gonna win this. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Got him. Yeah, got you. 6:43 Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by the guys over at Nissan, celebrating Frontier season, as in the Nissan Frontier, four-wheel drive, crew cab. They got the thing on, and a great opportunity to ride around in luxury. That's got some great utility features behind it. Great towing capacity, incredible power, 310 horses under the hood, redesigned from the ground up. But that's, you're going to go, but come on, Ray, I know you're a gadget guy. Which of all of the gadgets that they've got in there, which one among them is your favorite? And I got to say, that little place there, I wow at it every time I put my phone down and it starts charging it. Wireless charging on the thing. Of course, I got the adapter goes in so I can do the Apple CarPlay thing as well. So you got all of the great new technology that's all built in. You want Bluetooth? You got Bluetooth. How many Bluetooth phones you want to attach to this thing? We could do all of that stuff for you. Nissan Frontier, go for a test drive today. You could win $1,000 or grills or coolers and canopies and more. And great deals when you buy the Frontier. I'll tell you more about that later on at 6:44 on the Ray Gibson Show.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
$6:44, and the punchline this morning comes from Peter Santos, who is inquiring. I just want to know, did they erase my GMH bill when the hacker went in there? When the hacker, using a username and password, was able to breach the systems over at the Guam Memorial Hospital?
They got your credit card number, man.
they pay the bill. That would be something. What was the name of the little boy in that War Games movie? You remember?
War Games.
Yeah. Matt
Broderick.
Yeah, Matthew Broderick.
Yeah.
Right. So go in there and change it. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? Make it look like everybody has AIDS. It's 6:45 in the morning. Capable completely of sinister thought. Ken Leunguro, the other Governor Leunguro, is on the line here this morning. Ken, what do you suppose is going on in the minds of the folks over at Adelup putting the finishing touches on the governor's victory lap State of the Territory address?
Only positive comments, Ken. Okay? Only positive.
Well, there goes that.
To the people of Guam.
What happened? What?
They dedicated a song to the people of Guam.
Oh.
Harry Nielsen's "You're Breaking My Heart." Are you familiar with the lyrics?
I'm not right off the top of my head. I was never a big Nilsson fan.
Well, basically, I sent you Therese Terlahi's press release announcing that Adelup is meeting at 3 o'clock today to sign a lease with the Admiral. And basically what this lease does says, in exchange for giving you this land, you agree to waive all future net negative land requirements. that were mandated by Congress.
Are you suggesting that? Wait, that the Admiralty here is bending us over a barrel? How bad do you want this property? Oh, the governor is.
That's what the line is. You're breaking my heart. You're tearing it apart. So fork you.
I am in receipt now in the WhatsApp here at the radio station. This came from cousin Troy. And it's a number of screenshots that look like they come from Therese Terlai's, I don't know, is this Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat?
Well,
hold on, let me read it. For immediate news release, unilateral actions without transparency or consent from the people of Guam only moves us backwards, not forwards. A statement from Speaker Therese Terlai, it says, for immediate release, it has come to my attention that the governor and Navy Rear Admiral Benjamin Nicholson met with Senator Joe San Augustin, Will Parkinson, Dwayne San Nicolas, Senator Roy Canetta, and others yesterday to inform them that the military will be delivering a lease at 3 p.m. today for the governor's signature. My understanding is that the lease will obligate the government of Guam for in-kind hospital services to military personnel and their families in exchange for GovGuam use of 120-plus acres of Lalu/Eagles Field land. Further, the missile defense system will still be built. Hold on, I got to get to another one of these screen caps. Adjacent to the new hospital. Other restrictions, including height, will be imposed, and that the military can no longer meet its obligation under the congressionally sanctioned net negative promise to the government of Guam for return of land in exchange for the hardships put on the people of Guam to accommodate the negative effects of the military buildup. It also requires the government of Guam to begin planning all over again because the over $1.8 million spent by Matrix and all estimates by the Army Corps must be scrapped and additional unknown costs incurred to meet the tremendous obligations under the proposed lease. Neither the Army Corps of Engineers nor the governor's consultants, Matrix, planned for these types of terms when they asked the government to set aside $35 million a year of Guam taxpayer money. $300 million in ARP funds. It is clear that the cost will only increase tremendously and that they are unknown at this time because no one has done a study as to what will be necessary to build a hospital to accommodate all these parties or how much longer it will take. It is also unclear if the civilian residents of Guam will be the priority of this hospital should it be full. Without a copy of the lease, we can only guess who the priority in this hospital will be if it's full. But really, what is most egregious is the intentional timing of a lease on the day of the governor's State of the Union address. You know, I was just imagining in my head that would be a major announcement tonight. It's actually happening. I dreamed it, and now it's actually happening. While a bill that was passed unanimously is sitting on her desk, which simply asked the governor to vet any potential lease. Next page. Without vetting, any governor can single-handedly choose to enter into leases with the federal government and obligate the people of Guam for generations without their say. It is a mockery of our already limited self-government and the three-branch system and is akin to the naval governors of Guam of the past who ignored the wishes of the legislature and the people of Guam. There's no reason we can't build a new hospital while vetting the details, the cost, the obligations, the location, and to ensure that this is going to benefit the people of Guam first. This is a huge step backwards for Guam after getting congressional and military support of the net negative promise and follows a string of other broken promises by the military, such as avoidance of historic sites, the preservation of endangered species, mitigation of residential housing costs resulting from the military buildup, and cleanup of contamination. It says, hold on a second, let me get to this last page. We might as well have a military governor. Our governor can single-handedly deal with the federal government or some foreign governor, and if the pursuit of land return and justice for ancestral landowners is given up by one person acting alone after decades of struggle by our entire community. Generations of leaders worked hard and together to stand up against the injustices of a long history of land takings and demanded accountability. We have our own resources, including land, and can surely build a hospital without the loss of autonomy, loss of land, and without inflicting additional harm. So there it is, multiple paragraphs and statements from the Speaker of the Legislature, Therese Terlai, on the day that the legislature, for all intents and purposes, invites the governor to come by. The governor's going to come by and say, hey, look at this, screw you. I did all this without you. Way to go, 10 away from the top of the hour. How about that?
That's exactly what's happening right there. Now, I mean, it's ironic that the press release that all the news media are jumping on is releasing tax returns, and the governor didn't send this press release out, which shows where the priorities are.
It's a sneak attack. That's a Pearl Harbor, man. This is gonna give it to the legislature tonight. Here's that lease you guys were talking about last week.
Yeah, and it's ironic because all the senators signed it. We didn't see Joe St. Augustine stand up and say, "Hey, wait a minute, Governor, we just passed a bill unanimously. You can't do this," Of course, that's where I made that reference to the minions of the legislature met in secret session and blessed this event taking place, and they're not going to say anything about it. And no one will sue. I mean, every time the governor's done something like this, and I could go back to the GRMC corporate welfare bill where Take Care finally sued and got that reversed. And when she put up the roadblocks, I sued and she reversed the roadblocks. We need someone to stand up for the people of Guam and say, hey, you can't give away our land, But that's basically what she's doing with this bill right here, voiding, the governor of Guam telling the military and Congress, we don't need any more excess lands, The people of Guam are.
Is that really in there? Did they really give up the net negative? Wait a second. Wait, she was in the legislature when they went up to protest. Virtually every single one, wasn't it? Her and Ben and Juan Pat and that whole crew.
Well, that was probably before a bunch of politically well-connected insiders went out and bought a bunch of land in Manila.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I see that the hospital has to be there. Is because there's about 20 or 30 people who made investments that they need to see massive returns on. And the only way they're going to get that kind of return is if we spend $1 billion on infrastructure and $1 billion hospital in the middle of the worst possible place to build a public hospital on the island, because it's going to require $1 billion of infrastructure. It's going to require all those doctors.
I'm completely blown away by this. It was a joke in my head that I was saying that was going to be tonight's special announcement. And sure enough, it's actually true. Ray. Cousin Troy, thanks very much for sending me that paperwork. Now, it says that the very first one of these says that they met. It has come to my attention, Governor Navy Rear Admiral Nicholson met with Senator Joe St. Augustine, Will Parkinson, Dwayne, St. Nicholas, Roy Kanata. Is there anything in here that feels like a violation of the open government law?
Yes, it does. Because matters of public policy have been discussed, obligations have been made and committed without the benefit of public oversight. I don't recall getting any emails or public notice, and I'm a stakeholder. The governor knows that. Filed enough paperwork with her, GMH, the administration, DETA, that they know that I'm considered an active stakeholder. I didn't get anything. The media didn't get anything, as evidenced by your 6:30 news.
Well, because
your lead item.
Just because I just got the thing from Troy as I was riffing in the up to the 6:30 news that was going to be the big special announcement. I wonder if anybody over at Adelup is going, oh man. How did that happen? How did Gibson know? All right. Well, I got them. You have a good
to inform the people of Guam that we've given away all future land returns, so they might as well kiss any hopes and dreams for future generations goodbye. Because I, the governor of Guam, at 72, don't care.
Huh? Nope. Okay. Lots to chew on here this morning. This is going to be fun. I got people now. I got all kinds of people say, "Send me that. Can I get a copy of that? I want to get a copy of that." I'm going to assume. Can you just reach out real quick to Cousin Troy? He doesn't have to go on now because I don't know if he's got his makeup on. But see
on your WhatsApp, I sent to the studio WhatsApp. I sent the PDF from Therese Terlahi. So if you got the whole document there, you don't need to go to screenshots.
Okay. Well, I'll take I'll look in that direction. Are there any pictures?
No.
Real Joe's asking. No. Okay. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay. Bye. I don't know. There was like a moment there.
Yeah.
So wow. And we now have to apparently go back to the people that got the deal to do the design and whatever. And they're putting height restrictions on it. Then they're putting height restrictions so they can build out. They don't want to build up. I want it to be built up. They're all saying in the beginning, and all the stories I've read about this, they say, well, we can't go back to EPAL or to the site of the old hospital because it's just not big enough.
Yeah.
It's just not big enough for all the grand dreams and schemes that we've got here for this medical campus. We'll take care of everybody. And I'm going, well, wait a second. If you built it up, I mean, the old Guam Memorial Hospital was what, 4 or 5 floors? Right?
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, well, there's no
Maybe
reason.
5.
I mean, back in the old days, we didn't know anything about building things high, but we're pretty good at it, as evidenced by the number of very tall hotels.
I'm pretty good at building things high, Ray.
that we have. So we can build a hospital high. We can build all of the ancillary spots high. I don't understand why they cannot use a footprint that we already own, free and clear, and is not going to and won't jeopardize the net negative. If that really is a part of it, that's just kind of
maybe it's feng shui.
I don't know. I think the height restriction is for the weather radar that's there. Well, I don't know if they're going to put if the weather radar or military radar or some kind of 360-degree billion-dollar whatever missile defense system there.
That's what I'm talking for.
It's not like they're going to put that on the roof of the hotel. I think the hospital. Anyway, 6:57 and change in the morning. Well, this is all kind of interesting. What's that? Bunker says the racetrack and all the east coast of Guam will become prime property. The cards are played, people. All in, Umbi. Wake up. Gerald Young online. Bunker Menno is online. Tumon Part 2, he says. Turn into prime real estate with the hospital. Nick says, she said on KUAM News last night that everyone in Guam is happy. Everybody that have the stickers on the car. Worst drivers ever. I'm just going to say it because it's true. Carol Ann Prune, et cetera. Jose Tetpahago is online. Here's a great solution. He says, I'll be dropping off 2 dump truck loads of snails. Those endangered snails. I'm gonna send some people over there. Oh my God, is that a cocoa bird? Is that a rail? Oh, they're so cute and so endangered. Maybe that'll slow things down in the process. Ruben Mortera, Jose Tetpago says the return of the Mac is the song that we ought to be doing. Tony Yatar wondering about MAGA, make Guam great again. Can we wear that hat to the thing tonight, or the Sergeant at Arms going to kick us out for that? There it is. There's your Ides of March, guys. I warned you about it, didn't I? Is that it? Is that the backstab that we were talking about here?
How dare you?
Therese Terlai certainly thinks it is.
This is on you, Ray.
I know it. This is what happened. I thunk it, and it happened. Oh, my God, I'm that good. All right, coming up, what do we got for you? We're going to charge our way into the 7 o'clock news with Fox News Live. That's coming up here. Donna D's going to take care of news and headlines from around here as soon as that's all done. I got Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point making his way, and we'll see what we can learn about what else is going on around the nation and the world and some of the other things that are in front of me right now that have captivated my interest. All right, well, you got some thoughts about this. We now have an issue with some degree of teeth, so chew on it for a little bit. Let me know what you're thinking on the meme machine, 7978255, or just put it in your Facebook Live or YouTube Live. Rant away, my dear people of Guam. Stand by now. Fox News is coming up next on KUSG. I got you. Pika's best. Have you heard? This is The Point.
In California, I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Biden is in Monterey Park, where a mass shooting in January left 11 people dead.
I'm here on behalf of the American people to mourn with you, to pray with you, to let you know you are loved and not alone.
He's also announcing an executive order aimed at boosting the number of background checks for gun purchases and expanding the use of red flag laws, while still also urging Congress to act. 2 men accused of selling guns south of the border are charged in Florida and could face life in prison.
The 2 men, Saleh Yusuf Saleh and Yuendry Rodriguez Hilario, face multiple weapons trafficking counts. The federal ATF says it sent agents undercover to surveil the men, leading them to learn of sales of automatic weapons and grenade launchers to El Salvadorans. There were also domestic weapons transactions in Florida and in Cleveland, where both men are from.
Fox's Grinnell Scott. Officials say the arrests were made after guns were delivered and assembled during a purchase staged by federal agents. Russia denies any impact with a U.S. surveillance drone in international airspace over the Black Sea, where the U.S. says the fighter jet hit the drone's propeller, causing American forces to bring down the drone.
Because of the damage, we were in a position to have to essentially crash it into the Black Sea. To my knowledge, at this point in time, the Russians have not recovered that aircraft.
Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Pat Ryder accuses the Russians of an unsafe and unprofessional act. The State Department calls it a brazen violation of international law, prompting the U.S. to summon the Russian ambassador. Russia claims the drone intruded into an area near Crimea, declared off limits by Russia, and that the drone made a sharp maneuver. America is listening to Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tenactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
A failed bank is under federal investigation. The Wall Street Journal first to report that the Justice Department and SEC are now investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, including recent stock sales made by executives. This is the move by federal regulators to protect SVB deposits greater than the usual limits, spurs a renewed regulations debate in Congress.
In the days and weeks to come, Congress will look closely at what caused the run on Silicon Valley Bank and how we can prevent similar events in the future.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, though some Republicans argue against tightening regulations on smaller banks. Just getting word from the finish line in Nome that Ryan Reddington has won the Iditarod 50 years after his grandfather helped co-found the sled dog trail race across Alaska. The nearly 1,000-mile race started back on March 5th. March Madness begins tonight with the first 2 games to kick off the men's college basketball tournament and 2 games tomorrow. In the women's NCAA tournament, the first 4 games are tomorrow and Thursday. It's also Pi Day, as in P.I.
Google says search interest in the number pi spikes every March on Pi Day, March 14th, or 314, a tribute to 3.14, the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. In the last year, searches for approximate value of pi were up 350% in the U.S., with the most searched formulas using pi, including cylinder volume, sphere volume, and radius. But based on searches, the day is also an excuse to eat pie or find recipes for baking one. According to Google, apple pies are the most searched pies of all time in the U.S., followed by pumpkin pie.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Stocks rally on cooling inflation and a more stable day for banks. The Dow gaining 336. The S&P also up more than 1%. The NASDAQ more than 2%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
KFC's Lent menu is filled with so many seafood options, it's enough to keep you going for the entire Lenten season. They're all here. Popcorn shrimp, fish fillets, shrimp and crab Killigan wraps, and our famous KFC shrimp burger. And now you can mix and match chicken and fish in both 6 and 12-piece family meals with sides and biscuits. KFC's Lent menu is available for a limited time at all KFC restaurants and for delivery at kfcguam.com or WhatsApp 300-3278. KFC, it's finger-licking good for Lent.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi y Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Half a day, it's 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 32-year-old Robert Charfris Jr. is a convicted burglar and thief who is back in prison after being accused of sexually molesting a girl known to him. Court documents state that the girl, who is now 16 years old, reported the allegations to GPD on Monday. She says Charfris molested her multiple times when she was between 4th and 8th grade. He also forced her to watch pornography. He is charged with 3 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct. Prosecutors note that Charfris faces a maximum of 75 years in prison. And at least one person was identified as a potential suspect in the network breach of the Guam Memorial Hospital. A hacker somewhere in the U.S. mainland got past the protective firewalls of the hospital's network. Hospital officials are scheduled to meet with the FBI today. An IT employee noticed a flaw in the network security, which prompted the hospital to take the network offline, reinforce security, and prevent a potential cyber attack. Because of the ongoing investigation, GMH officials were unable to give specifics on who the suspect is or if any malware was suspected. Hospital legal counsel Jeremiah Luther says there was evidence that a username and password were being utilized, but assures that no patient, employee, or financial records have been compromised. There also were no demands for payment in connection with the incident. Luther adds that no disciplinary action was taken against any hospital employee in connection with the incident. As of yesterday afternoon, approximately 75% of GMH's system was restored. More news after this.
Celebrating Mess tomorrow, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in March, visit participating Burger King restaurants and say, I love the Whopper, or Who guaidza si Whopper, and get a free flame grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola, and tell your familia and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in March. Available at BK and Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, to Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Sidhuis Masi, Guam, you rule.
Speaker Therese Terlahi has sent out a release calling out the governor on the delivery of a lease with the military at 3 o'clock today for Eagles Field in Manilao for the new hospital. Terlahi says the lease will obligate Gov Guam for in-kind hospital services to military personnel and their families in exchange for the use of over 120 acres of the land. She adds that the missile defense system will still be built adjacent to the new hospital and a height restriction on the project will be imposed. Gov Guam will also have to plan from scratch after the $1.8 million plan had to be scrapped to meet the obligations under the proposed lease. Last week, the legislature unanimously passed Bill 12, which would require approval of the legislature for the purchase or long-term lease of property owned by the federal government. The speaker is calling this a huge step backwards for Guam after getting congressional and military support of the promise to Gov Guam for return of land in exchange for the hardships put on the people of Guam to accommodate the negative effects of the military buildup. And the UOG herbarium is the only one within Micronesia and contains 60,000 plant specimens from Guam and Micronesia. The program wants to digitize all of its content to make it suitable for online viewing, making it searchable and more available to biologists, researchers, and plant enthusiasts worldwide. As of right now, the program has 85 volunteers assisting with the digitizing effort. High school students are also being given the opportunity to earn service learning hours, and volunteering to do entries can be done remotely. Those interested in volunteering can visit uog.edu/herbarium/volunteer for guidelines and a tutorial video. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Roger that. 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Also getting messages from folks that are saying it sounds like Optimus Prim is on the radio at this time, and there is some of that interference that is going on. We've got people on it, but it requires them to, how do I want to say this, make some technical adjustments that cannot be done until just a little bit. So what my experience has been with this particular interference is it will come and go. download the app.
There you go.
Find us on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, or the app, or you can just go to ThePOINT.gu and look for the Listen Live button, and it will take you there. Sorry about the radio part. You sound like Skynet. You know why? Because we're helping Therese Terlahi get the word out that the governor apparently has cut a deal with the military, showing exactly what kind of regard Adelup has for the legislature. 7:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. One of the other things with this whole net negative, and I can go back to about 2011 when Robert Work sent a letter to then Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo. It outlined the 4 pillars. Anybody? 4 pillars, military buildup. And it was sufficient to pacify, some militant members of at the time, 31st Guam legislature. I'll give you some names and read up on that in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, 7:11 in the morning, scattered showers under partly sunny skies today, highs near 87 degrees with a heat index that'll feel like 92. East winds 11 to 15 miles an hour with gusts as high as 20 miles an hour. The scattered showers mostly cloudy with lows around 76 tonight. Tomorrow, they're calling for mostly sunny skies. Again, highs near 87 degrees. Isolated showers and partly cloudy skies this evening. Tomorrow night. And then Friday, mostly sunny with highs around 87 degrees. Rain could be a culprit in some of the interference challenges that we're facing right now. So hopefully we'll get that sun back out here. Sunset tonight at 6:31. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together. 93.3 The Point.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Right on. 7:13 in the morning. Portions brought to you of the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Interesting stuff floating around. Thanks, Cousin Troy, for the deal, the screen caps, and thank you, Ken LG. Ken sent over the actual PDF, so it's a whole lot easier to read. Thank goodness. And I don't know. I mean, how much of that is going to be true? Does it actually? Will the lease actually indicate that there? I don't know. Our plans to eliminate the requirement for the net negative that were highlighted in the 4 pillars back in 2011. As I said, there were some members of the 31st Guam legislature that were, pretty excited about this military buildup, and sometimes not in a good way. They were never happy with anything that the Navy was proposing, and the folks over at the JIGPO is what we used to call it back in the day. Yeah. And so. I mean, there were people that were actively. Yeah. I mean, I'll give you a ghost of the JIGPO days. Is BJ Cruz, the public auditor, came out with a thing the other day. He was very concerned that there might be leakage in terms of taxation due to Guam from the military buildup. It could be as high as $22 million, maybe more, but we just don't have all the tools that we need to be able to sort all these things out. Because I don't know what we've been doing for the last 20 years around here since they started talking about the military buildup. But among the things is they apparently haven't come up with some kind of a plan or the money to drive it so that Daphne Shimazu could surveil things better over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. At any rate, let's see. You go over the list of names here from the 31st Guam legislature, and you can imagine, and some of you will remember in your head, which ones were the most agitated about the military buildup, including, let me see here, most of the Democrats. Tommy Adda, who was a member of the legislature back then. Tony Adda. You haven't heard the last of Tony Adda. I got Frank Bloss Jr., B.J. Cruz, Chris Duenius, Judy Gutherts, and her office was always taking aim at the military buildup. But they eventually got along. Let me see. Sam Abini was in there, Tina Rose Munya-Barnes, Dolfo Palacios, Vicente Pangilinan, Defunto Ben, and Roy Respicio, Dennis Rodriguez Jr., Mona Silva Tyron, Judy Wanpat, and Deline Yamashita. And you can imagine from among the names that I just mentioned, which ones were right there at the forefront of any available protest or complaint about the military buildup opportunity. And so one of the things I think that satisfied them to a degree was this concept of net negative, right? We'll come out to Guam and we'll tell you what, here's our promise now is when we are done with the military buildup, there will be less land occupied by the military than there is now. And it's beginning to sound like Governor Lulian Guerrero and the Admiral have changed their mind on that and said, well, tell you what, how about we do this lease and then we won't have to worry about forking over any more land. It'll be an interesting conversation to find out what the contents of that lease are, and it looks like we're probably going to find out sometime after 6:30 tonight over at the legislature. 7:17 in the morning, and time to take a look at what is going on in the markets. I haven't really taken a good look at this, so we'll both, all of us, going to be surprised together. You ready, Joe? That's the music I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Is that, but where's the website that I'm looking for? I found it. Okay, got it. All right, where are we on the markets here? I got, hold on. They changed the website now. All right, S&P 500 is up by a point here, so about 63 points. NASDAQ picked up 239. Great day on the Dow, 336 points in the green. The FTSE is up by 88 points. Nikkei down by 610. That's ouch. Hang Seng Index out in Hong Kong off by 448. The Shanghai Index drifting down by 23. And what have I got on the DAX? The DAX is actually up by 273 points. Who did I say the big winner was? Probably the NASDAQ. So we'll take a look and see who the big winners were in the big winner. Meta Platforms, really? How about that? Advanced Microsystems, Fiserv, Match Group, CrowdStrike round out the top five. At the bottom, Lucid Group, SiriusXM Holdings, Zscaler, Amgen, and Walgreens. On the commodities that I like to look at, oil at $71.48 for a barrel of West Texas crude. That's the American benchmark. If you're buying Tapis crude around here, down around $181 yesterday, but it's drifted back up to $83.22 for Tapis crude. So I've got my fingers crossed that maybe the gas companies were going to do something about it. But the opportunity has come and gone there. Unfortunately, if you're buying gold, $1,908. That's down from by about $8.20 from where we saw it yesterday. If you're going to be doing some traveling, let's go to Japan, where the yen is at 134 against the greenback. If you're headed to the Philippines, 54.83 pesos in exchange for the greenback, and the Korean won at 1305.48 if South Korea is on your itinerary. Real Joe has got the Bitcoin number for today.
Hi, dudes. 24,384. Slightly up, but it's up and down.
Well, it's
in the same area.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really. It's not something I care about. It's if we don't say it.
Buy gold.
There's going to be people going, "Hey man, you didn't do the Bitcoin number," and I'm like, "Yeah, because we don't really care about it."
Even silver. Buy some silver, Ray.
It's like giving hockey scores. Right? You just kind of go through the motion. Yeah. Here's the hockey scores. Do we really care about it? And the answer is no, we don't. We're not a big hockey town here. We might do it, when it's time for the NHL Cup or whatever. But and I don't
Gretzky.
I don't do basketball scores for pretty much the same reason. Does it make any difference what the scores are? They're going to keep playing. They'll have the NBA championship, and then there'll be the 2-week break, and then they come back and start the season all over again.
I don't know.
It's like watching those Medea movies. They just keep making the same one. They change the plot around a little bit, but it's all generally the same kind of thing. Who's on? When Roy's online says, have a great day. Jose says the AG should have an opinion on the open government violation with his governor's backdoor deal. Somebody check real quick if there's an aquifer under Eagles Field. Toll booth duty. It says Nick Perlowski. Dennis saying, Ray got a haircut? Absolutely. Is it not pretty? Thank you very much. Army Lynn saying, good morning, Point family. EOD Kaboom is there. And look, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online.
The sunshine, bring back that sunshine. He's bringing back that sunshine. Uncle Conquer Gutierrez brings it every time.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Okay, he's over there, and Pete Lozano on the other side. Let me see if I've got anybody on the YouTube side that is playing around with us this morning. I have not had a chance to take a look at it. Let me see. Kitsuto in Japan. MP Ogo. Havalai Kitsuto in Japan. And Elvis Kanata. Sorry I'm late. The wife delayed me. And I think that's all the information that we need. Honestly, I think I speak for many of us.
I get it.
The AE online with an interesting comment about the governor of Guam. Well, I'm sure that there'll be even more of that tomorrow after we've had a chance to absorb, if you will, the what do you call it, the text and the quality of the speech that she gives over at the legislature. I'm not sure. Possibly Bob Klitsky might have his version of a critique of the governor's State of the Island address. No doubt it will be interesting. All right, there might be a couple other things that are going on here in the scripts that I've been looking at. I spoke about the Oscars yesterday for about the same reason we do the Bitcoin numbers and the same reason I don't do hockey scores. And look, it's just some people might be really, really interested in what happened over at the Oscars. The Academy Awards viewership is up 12% from last year. How about that? A small sign of renewed momentum for the award show industry, which slumped after COVID. With 18.7 million viewers, the Oscars garnered more eyeballs than any award show in the past 3 years. The show faced stiff competition from HBO, which aired the season finale of their latest hit called The Last of Us, which I haven't seen. It drew 8.2 million viewers on HBO and HBO Max. But here's the reality check. While the Academy Award viewership that played Sunday night is up 12% from last year, it is still the third least watched least watched
I know
Oscars
why it went up, right?
on record.
It went up because people wanted to see who was going to get slapped.
Right. I mean, I'd love to see Jimmy Kimmel get slapped. I think that would have been nice. Reprise the role, as they say, of Will Smith rolling out there to take the trash out, if you will. Might be a few other things that are out there, including this piece of news here. Disclosure.
Yeah.
We run advertising with KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Absolutely love them. And thrilled that we get an opportunity to talk about their products. I don't know to what degree this will impact local KFC. Fast food chain Chick-fil-A is betting big on its plans to expand its international footprint. Recent reports indicate that it will be investing roughly $1 billion to establish restaurants across Europe and Asia.
Oh, boy.
It's already got about 2,700 restaurants across the U.S., some brand recognition in Canada and Puerto Rico, but beyond that, chicken sandwiches and waffle fries haven't really caught on. In 1996, the company launched locations in South Africa, but they were all gone by 2001. Chick-fil-A also opened restaurants in the U.K., but pulled out as backlash grew against its support for, quote, certain social causes. And you know how the Brits are. The Brits will arrest you. And this recently happened. They will arrest you for misgendering somebody.
Oh, boy.
And so the problem is I'd probably get arrested about every single day. Hopefully they get prosecutors out there that say, yeah, that's really not a crime to misgender somebody. It might be bad manners, but that's not what we're putting people in jail for.
That's why you got to say ma'am, sir.
Or shouldn't be. Yes, we'll go with the Filipino version of gendering. Ma'am, sir, and cover everybody. 7:24 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is getting his rolling up his sleeves here, getting ready for today's Extra Point. Buenas and Hafade, good to see you.
I'm just thinking about him in an English prison.
Oh, yeah.
That was just...
Malt pudding.
It was kind of a fantasy there for a second.
Malt pudding.
Yes.
You have to eat your
porridge,
meat.
sir.
You have to
porridge.
Porridge,
Sir.
No, you can't have more meat unless you eat your... Anyway.
Did you ever see what in your history, you took history, did you ever see what the English and the French did to people in prison?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the torture thing they did?
That's a place for me.
They invented stuff.
Yeah. But, I mean, half of it made its way to 50 Shades of Grey, so I don't know. It's one man's pleasure, right? Anyway, you didn't really want to talk about that, did you?
No.
Roll up your sleeves,
that kind of went a whole lot further than I thought it was.
Before you roast Joe Cruz.
I gotta be careful out here. All right, so we got a bunch of stuff in the headlines we'll get around to doing, but as usual, Jerry Roberts has lined himself up with...
Do you know...
what's that?
That if I did even a fraction of the stuff that you do on a daily basis...
What?
Back in the day... I'd have lost my FCC license and everything else. Would have been torches in the streets.
We do a kind of come at you from behind sense of humor thing here,
Is that
right?
what it is?
That's why. Well, I hope so.
Okay.
So but I don't know.
As
long as we have fun.
It was just something that I threw out there.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about all the political correctness out there, and the fact that they've taken a certain amount of frivolity and friskiness and said that's bad now. But back in the day, it wasn't bad at all. It was just people on the radio having a good time, talking like regular people. And half of the stuff, and anything that I might utter that might come across as I don't know, risque, if you will. Is shades less risque than anything that your children are watching on television, YouTube, Instagram, etc. Yeah. True. This is a G-rated program.
But still, in all, radio today is different than radio was.
And an interesting stat that I will tell you about radio when you're done with the Extra Point.
Okay.
Brand new information, brand new research that looks good for this media. All right, Jerry Roberts now brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Weak leaders can be a huge challenge for workers. When leadership is absent, uncertainty creeps in and can cause all kinds of problems. Today, we continue our conversation of what it means when we have a weak leader. That's coming next on the Extra Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Yesterday, we listed the issues that weak leaders can cause. Among them are lack of direction, no inspiration, poor decisions, no accountability, low morale, and they're also not in favor of change. You can download the transcript for this one at guamtraining.com, transcript number 1278. Click on the letters XP on the top menu bar, and you'll see all of the commentaries we've done over the last 5 years. We also gave options for dealing with this weak leader. You can leave. You can step up and fill in the gaps they leave, even if you don't get credit for it, or you can do nothing and just ride it out. I think the second option is the only realistic one, stepping up. What are the positives if you do? There are several, in my opinion, and they are valuable. Number one, you'll find out how well your team can collaborate. A group of people who see that leadership is lacking and come together can build a strong group dynamic and increase overall productivity. Number two, increased learning opportunities. When the leader sees people accepting responsibility, he or she may agree to sponsor training that will advance people. Number three, everybody on the team will learn about the kind of leader they don't want to be if they get the chance to move up. It's always good to see what works and what doesn't as we observe our leaders and their performance. 4, team members develop resilience and the ability to navigate difficult situations. This can be a valuable skill that can be applied in their future work in other areas of life. Let me give you one more. Number 5, when the leader is weak, sooner or later, somebody will emerge and self-identify as being capable to handle adversity and inspire followers. Maybe that somebody will be you. I've seen a leader come to rely more and more on one individual who became an authority in their own right, even if they didn't have the title of the leader. On the flip side of all this is the fact that a weak leader can create circumstances that make it hard for everyone, regardless of how well people step up and make things work better. While being proactive is a good thing and can result in better outcomes, that won't get rid of all the challenges involved. Leadership is trial and error. You try things and you see how it goes. You may have heard the statement, weak leaders create hard times. and hard times create strong leaders. America is at a crossroads with respect to the kind of country we want to have for our kids and grandkids. It was our leadership over decades that led us to this place and time. Our island is a part of that. Weak leaders create trouble and opportunities. Do you need to step up? Are you ready? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Thanks, Jerry. 7:31 in the morning. Earlier, talking about the way the dynamic of the business has changed over the years. And as long as I've been around, we've always had newspapers, and there was television and cable television and network television and all of that. And radio had just a little bit of a carve out in that media landscape that was out there among the older of the old media, but it's kind of sort of among the like the middle kid of media. But things have changed. People aren't reading as many newspapers as they used to, and what has recently become very clear, they aren't watching television either. They aren't watching TV. The penetration of radio is now, we're looking at this, 103% of live and time-shifted television. More people are listening to AM, FM radio today than are watching television. As we know it now, it's all streaming services now. But network television, all of the things that we used to think of as TV, and how TV came to us or we went to it. It's all changed now.
Background noise.
And you mentioned time shifting. You have to ask yourself a question. If you're in the television business, is your program that you're working on worth the effort to time shift? Because that becomes a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, people have to actually do that. They have to decide, I'm going to go after that podcast, I'm going to go after that video, whatever it happens to be, whether it's the news or whether it be some kind of other programming. That becomes an issue of effort now. Do I go back after that? Is it worth my time?
Right.
Used to be, it came one way. Okay, it was there on time, you did it. Or
if
maybe
you missed the show, you missed it forever.
Now, maybe you pop the VCR and record a couple of hours and then come back to it later. But today, that's not the issue. Today, I mean, you have to make an effort to deal with this and how you're going to record it, and then go back and look at those things. And some people record videos and never go back.
So an interesting concept and something that we're able to actually see now in 2023. This program is a video on demand on Facebook. It is a video on demand after its initial broadcast on YouTube. And there's a significant number of people who might be watching this as a video on demand, didn't catch it live, didn't watch it this morning or yesterday morning or last week. They're watching it for the very first time as a video on demand on YouTube or on Facebook. And I think it's very, very interesting about how things get time shifted. And I'm very appreciative that we have a way to keep the conversation going even after we've shut the microphones down. That's to me, it's very, very fascinating. Interesting numbers out there. 103%. Radio has overtaken television in terms of popularity in the United States of America, and what happens there generally happens here as well.
Yes,
we can sell you advertising on that. Give me a ring a little bit later on. I'd be happy to put together a program, a profile for you, and one of those drafts of a presentation, and see if we can get some new advertisers around here.
Nice segue.
Just like First Hawaiian Bank and Jerry Roberts. It's 7:34. His Honor, Bob Klitsky, is going to be joining us just after headlines and news with Donna D, brought to you by Hoffaday Realty. You can find them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com on the World Wide Web. Also brought to you by my friends over at Burger King. It's Whopper Wednesday, but because it's Mess tomorrow, it's Huguaidza e Whopper at BKU Rule. Donna D, what's going on?
North Korea test-fired a ballistic missile toward its eastern waters yesterday morning. Guam Homeland Security says no immediate threat was assessed for Guam or the Northern Marianas from the reported launch. It was North Korea's second weapons launch this week and took place a day after the U.S. and South Korean militaries began their largest joint field exercises in years. And longtime Guam Consolidated Commission on Utilities member Simon Sanchez has been appointed by CNMI Governor Arnold Palacios to the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation's Board of Directors. His appointment fulfills the Commonwealth's requirement that a member of the CUC board should be from off-island with utility management experience. Sanchez's appointment requires CNMI Senate confirmation. And there will be a temporary road closure surrounding the Guam Congress building starting at around 3:30 this afternoon in preparation for Governor Lulian Guerrero's State of the Island address, scheduled to begin at 6:30. The governor is expected to talk about strengthening Guam's economic recovery, challenges the community faces, and possibly the announcement of a lease for the use of Eagles Field for the new hospital. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
I got you. 7:35 in the morning. It's going to be an interesting thing. You'll be able to catch it on, obviously, the Legislative Channel, Governor Channel, or whatever. Candid is going to be running it. Now, I don't think Cousin Troy is going to be doing a play-by-play, but I believe they're going to turn the comments section on so that people will be able to, apply their thoughts to the statements that come out of the governor tonight.
By the way, congratulations to Simon.
Yes, that's a big deal.
Did you realize that board appointment pays about $250,000 a year?
Had no idea.
Incredible.
Is that for real?
Ferrari.
Uncle Simon.
I don't know.
That's fine.
It's something I heard.
We'll find out together, I'm sure. 7:36 in the morning. I'm not going to stop down. I got to, while Jerry and I, the commercials were playing and going over what I think is the big headline today and the point of the program. Everybody, it used to be people would call up and say, hey, do you have the load shedding schedule? Can you send that over? Hey, man, do you got the typhoon update? Can you send me that? Now people are saying, hey, can you send me that press release from the Speaker of the Legislature, Therese Terlai? First guy to put his hand up was Uncle Bob Klitsky. Does Tall Tales here in the afternoon on The Point. Good morning, Uncle Bob. Bob Klitsky?
Yeah, good morning, Ray.
There's so many different titles I could use for you, including Mr. Mustache Wisdom. But Jerry was asking an interesting question, and I thought, you know what, the guy that I'm going to go to for the curbside ruling here is Bob Klitsky. Can she do that?
I don't know why not.
All right. Okay, that's pretty simple answer here. You want to break it down for me?
Well, if she couldn't, there would be no need for that bill that the legislature just passed that required legislative concurrence by public law to allow for the government to be a lessee of land with the national government.
Might have to scratch around a little bit more in the Guam Code Annotated to find them a savior piece, aren't they?
Well, I wouldn't tell you that I know the Guam Code Annotated by heart, but I'm certainly not aware of any restriction in the law that would prohibit the government from being a tenant of someone else.
No, it's done, and I think there's some significant rentals that the government of Guam is paying right now. So, yeah, we've got precedent that goes in for something like that. Is there, and this is me, grasping at straws here, is there something to be said about legislation that passed unanimously just a few days ago that made it expressly clear what the intention of the co-equal third branch of government wanted?
Well, my analysis of that was that I was in favor of, the three branch of government approach, the separation of powers approach, the disclosure approach, transparency approach. But my suspicious mind told me that the reason that Therese Terlai advanced that bill, that the reasons stated were pretextual, that really all she had in mind was what she and the media cartel like to refer to as ancestral landowners. That was where the action was on that bill. And that, as you know from the show, I can't get on the right side of that one.
Well, understood. Now, there were parts of her press release that I read that I kind of chewed my tongue on a little bit. I thought it was kind of hysterical about some of the language involving the military's history on Guam and not necessarily germane to what basically has happened. Is a lease is apparently in the offing, if it hasn't already been signed, that basically stabs the legislature in the back. Kind of no question on how Adelup regards their co-equal branch of government.
Yeah, well, they were a really good co-equal branch of government so long as they marched to the governor's drumbeat. When they start to show a little independence, then maybe they're not so co-equal after all.
The interesting point that Donna D observed here in all of this is, wait a second, it looks like there was a meeting with the governor and Admiral Nicholson and a few members of the Democratic coalition over at the 37th Guam legislature, and it's odd that these people had voted one way on the floor of the legislature, yet seemed to be party to the get-together and the signing, or at least the support of the signing of the lease.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting, isn't it? If what we're hearing from Therese Terlahi is exactly what happened, that that the admiral and the governor went into panic overdrive to get that lease signed before her veto of the bill could be overridden.
Well, so the question that I have, just knowing how you and Weber and Michelle and others are in this town, is it possible that there was a violation of the open government law? It seems to refer to a meeting of these minds. Should that have been noticed?
Well, I would say the spirit of the open government law is violated, but I think you'd have a hard time bringing a charge of an actual violation of the statute.
Well, give them something to work on. Give them something to chew over. You think this is going to end up in court?
I'd be surprised if it doesn't, because sometimes when the stakes are high, even if the odds are against you, you place the bet anyhow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially if they're going to be using, as you said, the pretext of ancestral lands, et cetera. And the question about whether, the lease, and I suppose we'll see when we see if it does, in fact, mitigates the obligation of the federal government to do that fourth pillar of the four-pillar plan.
Well, and even then, the obligation is more spiritual than factual. I mean, it's a commitment that would not be enforceable in court. So it's kind of like a broken promise, as we understand that in a non-judicial setting.
Yeah, but why would you want to break a promise like that, especially considering the tenor of and tempo of the conversation, temperature of the conversation that was taking place in 2011? I read you the names of members of the 31st Guam legislature that needed to get pacified, and it seems to me that document from Robert Work sent over to the governor's office did a fairly fair job of pacifying some of the reactionary members of the 31st.
Well, it's sort of like international treaties, these accommodations and understandings oftentimes have very little predictive validity. What they stand for is an assertion of the relative power and interest of the people that make the agreements at the time it was made.
Huh.
But as time goes on, situations change. What seemed to be very ironclad turns out to be made perhaps of rather flimsy tinfoil.
7:43 in the morning. Bob Klitsky is going to be on at 4 o'clock this afternoon. One last question before I let you go is, have you been paying attention to what's gone on at Guam Memorial Hospital since March the 4th?
I have indeed.
Yeah, any thoughts on that? Anybody going to go to jail? Should somebody get fired?
I don't think anybody's going to go to jail, but and this is not the mainstream. This is kind of a sideshow. Mm-hmm. But the way the hospital is performing is really playing into Doug Moylan's hands. Because if you read today's story, it would appear that the hospital has succumbed to Lutheranism.
I'm not omnipotent. I love that line from the guy. 7:44. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Lou, Uncle Bob.
We'll do it, Ray.
All right. I'll see you. I'll hear you before I see you again. About 4 o'clock this afternoon, Bob Klitsky and so Jose are going to bring you Tall Tales. We'll tell you a quick break, and we'll come back, give you an idea of what's happening in traffic. Here's your clue. Get out of the north. Be right back.
After a long wait, the biggest, juiciest, most flavorful chicken makes its return. The Circle K 3-pound rotisserie chicken is back. Get 3 whole pounds of perfectly seasoned chicken for all your family feasts. And for a limited time, pick up a rotisserie chicken and a Pepsi Family 2-liter soda, the perfect dinner combo, for only $19.95. Available at select Circle K stores. Swing by and take yours home today. Circle K, take it easy.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's Workpass, powered by Plume. Workpass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about Workpass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
7:46 in the morning, and the most important thing that I need to impart to you right now, this moment, is not the traffic or the location of Optimus Prim or any of that stuff. The most important thing I've got to impart to you now is that they're going to have corned beef and cabbage with veggies at the VFW Friday night, because it's St. Patrick's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be green.
Well, I've been celebrating that here on Guam since even before Kapua, before the Spaniards came. The indigenous Chamorros, we're celebrating corn.
Indigenous Irish?
Yes, we call it. We don't call it corned beef. We call it corned beef. Anyway, so we've got that in cabbage. Drink specials: Guinness for $6 and Jameson shots and cocktails for $5 a piece.
But how much is the corned beef?
I don't know that. VFW did not post that up on the thing, so I have no idea. I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume that it's VFW, so it will be priced at something that is accessible to everybody, and I don't think anybody's going to come out of there like they just finished Chinese food. I'm hungry again.
They got the big can, right, Ray?
Yeah, the big can.
Yeah, the family can.
The big oxen palm
With
right
the big
there,
key.
Brett. Exactly. 7:47 in the morning. Okay, so I guess I better look at what's happening in traffic. VFW, by the way, is up in Jigo. Can't miss the place. Traffic up in Jigo right now, not all that great. And the front gate Anderson Air Force Base running a little bit busy right now. We got looking at traffic southbound Marine Corps Drive right around the McDonald's area, and then you get close to what is that? Ipalpal. Watch out for a little bit more traffic coming in through there. Not crazy though. Just looks like slight intersection traffic over there. 1 and 3's actually running clear. I'm not seeing a whole lot happening on Route 16 until you get to 8, 10, and 16. Now you're going to smooth sailing right past the Happy Mart intersection, but you are going to run into some traffic that is headed northbound towards that intersection. If you're on Route 10, things are a little bit busy there. A couple of lanes that are reporting rather busy on Route 8, but the rest of it, I'm not even seeing a lot of dog and out traffic here. Up around Route 4 as you make your way through Cost You Less area, Ordot, and then down to Sinahanya. Expect some delays through there. Looks like there might be some intersection getting into the downtown Agutnia area, and the usual slowing down over at Big Navy in Sumai, although it looks like there's more traffic around the Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, or the Pizza Hut side, as opposed to the Taco Bell side. So there we go. 7:48. There is your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's Workpass, powered by Plume. Workpass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about Workpass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
I know, right? A tattoo shot of driving around with the little girl, 10 years old, and listening to the program, and looks happy about it. She looks happy about it. Mommy, is that your crazy friend, Uncle Ray? Yes. Comes into the tattoo shop every once in a while.
Good morning.
Yes, and I've decided that I'm going to work on getting that tattoo. She's got Tattoo Shauna's got a couple of designs for me, and I have not yet decided where they're going to go, because every time I mention it, people say, okay, well, I've got this tattoo. If you're familiar with the American Radio Relay League, they've got a logo. And inside the logo is a very, very primitive schematic for a radio. Well, I've been been in the radio all of my life,
yeah.
and I thought that would be a good, a little, just a, a little tattoo to have, just a little kind of, hey, it's a people sticker. And so I looked at tattoo. Shauna likes it, and we just can't figure out where it's going to go. Where
boy, location.
Exactly. Every time I say, well, what about if I put it like right here on my wrist? And she says, "What? Are you gay?"
Wow.
I'm like, well, no.
Did you just come out, man?
I know. I feel. Well, how about the
You're
back
not gay, but your boyfriend is.
Let's have a party. Ray's coming out party.
Yay!
It'll be fabulous.
I'm so happy right
and
now.
I said, well, how about the back of the arm? And she said, no, really, you're scaring me here. Like, what? Apparently there's all the places where I want to put the tattoo, send out a message. I don't know whether it's a...
I say inner
Metro.
thigh. Inner thigh.
Metro.
Inner thigh, Ray.
7:51. And, all right, so we'll battle our way through that down the road. 888-825-5888-TALK. Hey, look, Mark Mendiola's on the line. The reason why we reach out to Mark here this morning is that, number one, I haven't talked to him since he vamoosed out of the Ed board. And number two, he's in a newspaper this morning because you went and testified in favor of, apparently, the Safe and Sane fireworks bill that Kane Duane had proposed a couple of months back.
Yeah, so I had an opportunity to I've been actually following it. I actually had an opportunity to read the bill. I looked at it. I looked at the fiscal note, and I looked at it as kind of like, okay, had some safety measures in there. Obviously, some of the discussion that came out of the, I guess, the public hearing, about maybe perhaps more safety. They wanted more rules from the fire department. So, hey, man, Chief Joyce is a smart guy, and I'm pretty sure the fire department's going to be able to do that. But,
handsome.
On the body, too. The body?
Oh, dude.
The body.
When he walks by in the gym, the women, right?
Oh,
they
yeah.
take their headphones
Even
off and they
me.
just, oh, my God.
All right.
Well,
Hey, so Ray, the thing that was, this bill that was put forth, I mean, I looked at it, we always, when it comes to funding, we're always trying to look at a funding source for some of the things that's out there. And, especially the fire department. My father was in the fire department many years ago. And so, I just thought that I go down there and actually use it as a teaching moment for my son.
Oh.
Took him out of school to learn about civics, how to go to public hearing, testimonies, and all that other stuff. So it's actually pretty cool. I stood in support of it. I lived in the Sinamai for 5 years. I'm from Guam, born and raised. My family's from here, but had a good fortune of teaching up there in the NMI. And, they have fireworks that, they celebrate on the holidays. And, I just said, I never heard while the 5 years I was there of any major injuries, any of the other stuff that some concerns were raised. And so, I think it was Senator Joseph Augustine said, hey, get me some statistics and data from places that are similar, not the U.S. mainland, but rather in our area. And so,
and it's if there are somewhere around here places where people are using fireworks in a safe manner. I mean, we had access to that when we were little kids. It was always nice, and then sparklers and things like that. I don't know, as if people just get a little bit twitchy about things like that. I did not think that my cousin Fred was going to get as twitchy as he did yesterday, expressing concerns that people would take the fireworks, take the gunpowder out of the fireworks. And use them, I don't know, to destabilize democracy or take over the legislature or something like that. I'm not sure about the weaponization. And we'd always have kids from that knew folks in the Philippines that would get stuff sent over from there to here, and we'd end up at their place for whatever the events were. And we were crazy, stupid kids, but we never ended up in the emergency room. And I don't know if anybody has ever ended up in the emergency room for these kinds of things.
With the gunshots, and then also folks, making their makeshift, what do you call it? Remember those canyons that we used to make?
Yes.
The feather with the water, what do you call that? Stems, with the matches and all that other stuff. You have to get creative, after the fireworks were taken out of our, making it illegal. But, with the technology that's today, I looked at some of the things. There's 1.4 G consumer grade, that's what they call it, Class C fireworks. And I think the one thing that in the bill it addresses, of course, it's selling to minors and licensing and all this other stuff. But I looked at it as a creative way of revenue generation for the fire department.
Yeah, well, that could be, which is why I think Joey's position was from the article in a newspaper. It sounds like he was kind of neutral on it. Like, I tell you what, we'll work on a couple of things, but we are neither for nor against. I thought that was pretty cool. 7:55 in the morning, and I hope you don't mind me switching subjects real quick. But the state of the Department of Education seems to have gotten worse since you left the Ed Board and since John Fernandez has left Island. Or were those issues always there, but I don't know. I don't want to say swept under the carpet. Were they always there? He just did a good job of keeping the lid on that pot.
No,
secure.
It's always been there. Anybody in the legislature, anybody who sat in the seat of the superintendent and the board, it's always been there. And it's come to roost. We continue to kick the can down the road. And before I left, one thing that we did as a board was we dusted off the facilities master plan. That plan has been passed. We have money behind it. I think there's 2 legislative bills Senator Barnett has introduced to kind of speed up the process for the procurement.
Right.
A lot of these things get tied up, Ray, with procurement, and someone just needs to really look at it because, we go for the lowest bidder, but the quality is really poor. And, I think some of the things that we as, we expect a lot from, of course, our Department of Education, but our facilities, some of them are like 60, were built in the 1960s, and they just kept on patching it up. We're finding out that a lot of the air conditioners that were installed, it's not the air conditioning problem, but it's actually an electrical problem for the facilities that were not built to handle all these air conditioners.
Yeah.
And so, my thing is this. We have money at the Department of Education. We have, Dr. Mary Cotta on the board, who's kind of leading the effort in ensuring that we use those monies for the capital improvement project. It's there. We have it, and it's tied to the new superintendent's evaluation. When that person comes in, they're going to be held accountable for these things in terms of their evaluation. So, when 90% of your budget goes to personnel costs and 10% is left over, and, that 10% that's left over is severely cut from the front end. And every time I go to the legislature, I say, hey, senators, it's great to expose a lot of the issues. It's great to point them out. But, we got to take ownership of this. And we advocate it continually. We put it in our budget every year. We need capital improvement funds. We need facility improvement funds. But I think one of the tougher discussions we're going to
even just to cover the baseline, my recollection of the way that you guys put the budget was to start with the Adequate Education Act and figure out what the cost of that was, and that was the foundation of the budget conversation over at the Department of Education. Anything that, and then personnel, and any money that we've got left over from there, we might be able to put into the maintenance. And unfortunately, that's never been the case. Now we've got the money, and you're telling me that the issue here is more of a procurement issue.
Right, and then also manpower issue at the department. I mean, we've got a lot of people that have retired and left. We need folks that are able to write, requests for proposals, bid packages, all this other stuff that comes in. We've got to remember, the Department of Education is managing over 41 facilities. And, we got about, 26,000. We actually have I think it's a decrease in enrollment. But, look at some of the facilities that we have, that have been left to the current state that it's in.
Yeah.
And, it's really...
they're all moving in the same direction. Eventually, at the rate that we're going and fixing things and letting things break, before long, every facility on Guam is going to look just like Simon Sanchez, just like Ocean View, just like Southern.
Right, but take a look at that. I mean, I hope people look at that. The facilities master plan was dusted off. We just recently passed it. That process was really, it encompasses all the facilities at the Department of Education. And in that, it highlights what are the top tiers that each of the schools has identified as their top issues and what they need in terms of repair and replacement. And now that we have, I think it was like close to 70, 80 million, probably over $80 million right now, waiting to be utilized. We have to use that by 2024. So as I was perusing through the legislative bills, proposals, I saw one with Senator Barnett where he's looking at speeding up the process. So
well, speeding up the process, but generally by making it so that the protests, if we're talking about the same measure, protests are dealt with a whole lot faster, giving the OPA a lot more authority to shut down the process and move the procurement forward, even in light of protests. Hey, I got to break away. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Nice to hear from you again, my friend. You take care.
Okay, right. Thanks, Ray.
Here it comes, the Fox News.
Fox News. This after the Pentagon says a Russian fighter jet struck the propeller of a U.S. drone just south of Ukraine.
2 Russian Su-27 aircraft conducted unsafe and unprofessional intercept with a U.S. Air Force intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance unmanned MQ-9 aircraft that was operating within international airspace over the Black Sea.
Pentagon spokesman General Pat Ryder said the incident demonstrates a lack of competence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional. He says the State Department is reaching out to Russia to talk about the incident, but the Pentagon has not yet spoken with its Russian counterparts. The state of Ohio has filed a lawsuit against Norfolk Southern Railway over last month's toxic train derailment to make sure the company pays for the cleanup and environmental damage. President Biden taking action to combat gun violence, signing an executive order that would increase background checks for gun sales and enhance so-called red flag laws. The measure also orders government agencies to look into better ways to provide support to communities impacted by gun violence, such as mental health services and financial support to victims' families.
This executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands. As I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearm sales.
The president made the announcement in Monterey Park, California, the site of a mass shooting nearly 2 months ago that left 11 people dead and 9 others injured. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will take the first procedural steps later today toward a vote on repealing 2 authorizations for past wars in Iraq, days before the 20th anniversary of the last invasion by American troops. Wall Street stocks closed higher, reversing some of yesterday's losses. The Dow added 336, the Nasdaq gained 239, the S&P plus 64. America is listening to Fox News.
It's March Madness month on GTA. That means big discounts and awesome giveaways. Come into GTA today and get the all-new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra with a 200 megapixel camera and advanced photography. Your selfies will look amazing day or night. Purchase a Samsung Galaxy S23 series smartphone and get on our best unlimited plan for as low as $65 a month. Plus get a free $200 Payless gift card when you open a new line. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. Smartphone month at GTA. We start with you.
KFC's Lent menu is filled with so many seafood options, it's enough to keep you going for the entire Lenten season. They're all here. Popcorn shrimp, fish fillets, shrimp and crab Kilogram wraps, and our famous KFC shrimp burger. And now you can mix and match chicken and fish in both 6 and 12-piece family meals with sides and biscuits. KFC's Lent menu is available for a limited time at all KFC restaurants and for delivery at kfcguam.com or WhatsApp 300-3278. KFC, it's finger-licking good for Lent.
They're charged with multiple crimes in Florida, including the transfer of guns to cartels south of the border.
The 2 men, Saleh Yusuf Saleh and Yuendry Rodriguez Hilario, face multiple weapons trafficking counts. The federal ATF says it sent agents undercover to surveil the men, leading them to learn of sales of automatic weapons and grenade launchers to El Salvadorans. There were also domestic weapons transactions in Florida and in Cleveland, where both men are from. Federal agents staged a purchase of guns the 2 men delivered and assembled. That's when Rodriguez Hilario and Saleh were taken into custody. Both men, if convicted, could face up to life in prison. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
New York Republican Congressman George Santos, who has admitted to lying about having Jewish ancestry, a Wall Street background, and other things, has announced he intends to run for re-election. A new study finds a Mediterranean diet could significantly lower the risk of dementia.
Researchers from the UK's Newcastle University assessed data from more than 60,000 Britons tracked for almost a decade and found those who followed a strict Mediterranean diet, rich in fruits, seafood, vegetables, whole grains, and healthy fats, had a 23% lower risk of developing the condition, even with a higher genetic risk, with 12 out of every 1,000 developing dementia in that group versus 17 out of 1,000 among those who did not eat a Mediterranean-like diet. Some researchers believing eating lots of plant-based foods may have a protective effect. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Lindsay Lohan is expecting her first child. The Mean Girls star made the announcement today on Instagram, writing, "We are blessed and excited." The one-time tabloid mainstay has lived overseas for several years and has kept a lower profile. She married financier Bader Shamus in 2022. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Celebrating Mess tomorrow, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in March, visit participating Burger King restaurants and say, "I love the Whopper," or "Who guides si Whopper," and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large-size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola, and tell your familia and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in March. Available at BK in Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Since Usmasi, Guam, you rule.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Nurses heard in audio clips recorded a week after the detected GMH network breach questioned why an incident command center was not mobilized when the network initially shut down. The unauthorized access was detected on March 2, and the network was shut down 2 days later. One nurse says they should not have waited. GMH Administrator Lillian Posadas says there wasn't enough time to develop a plan, adding that she didn't know if the phone lines would be affected. GMH spokesperson Cindy Hansen said the source had not been identified when the unauthorized access was discovered. She adds that had the source been alerted that the unauthorized access had been identified, the concern was they would be able to erase their presence from the system and possibly damage it further. Hansen says that consideration was why the public notification was delayed. GMH insisted what occurred was not a breach because the party who gained unauthorized access to the hospital's data did not get past the firewalls but used a username and password. Meanwhile, Speaker Therese Terlahi has released a statement saying the military will be delivering a lease at 3 o'clock this afternoon for the governor's signature. Terlahi says the lease will obligate GovGuam for in-kind hospital services to military personnel and their families in exchange for the use of over 120 acres of the Eagles Field land for the new hospital. She adds that the missile defense system will still be built adjacent to the new hospital and a height restriction on the project will be imposed. The lease also states that the military can no longer meet its obligation under the congressionally sanctioned net negative promise to GovGuam for return of land in exchange for the hardships put on the people of Guam to accommodate the negative effects of the military buildup. Last week, the legislature unanimously passed Bill 12, which asks the governor to vet any potential lease with the legislature. Terlahi calls the governor's decision to single-handedly enter into leases with the federal government without vetting a mockery of Guam's already limited self-government and the three-branch system. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The public restrooms for the Inarahan Natural Tide Pools Park will be reopened at the end of the month or the beginning of April when the park officially reopens. Parks and Rec officials say illegal water hookup is under investigation, which has cost the agency $15,000. Parks and Rec had to shut off the restrooms in the park to repair a large leak in October of 2020. After the repair was done, the water was kept off until the first phase of renovations for the park was complete when the agency asked GWA to restore water services to the restrooms. That's when GWA discovered the water connection was tampered with and had already been illegally turned on. Parks and Rec officials say GWA officials have indicated that the level of tampering is consistent with someone who has intimate knowledge of GWA systems. They say those were the reasons for the restroom closure and not because of unpaid water bills. Despite the illegal hookup, Parks and Rec has decided to pay the water bill while GWA conducts its investigation so that the pools can be reopened to the public. And March is Red Cross Month, and the organization is offering training, helping to install smoke alarms and letting the community know about available services. The Red Cross offers training and certification in first aid and CPR. Certification is valid for 2 years, and classes are offered this Saturday, March 18, and next Saturday, March 25, from 8:30 to 2 o'clock. The training, which is offered at a special rate of $35, satisfies OSHA workplace safety requirements. Seating is limited to 10 participants per day. To register, call 688-6250. The Red Cross is also looking for volunteers. Volunteering allows you to build your resume, learn new skills, gain leadership experience, and explore a career. For information on volunteering or to get free smoke alarms installed, call 472-6217. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I'll get around to doing that in a second. You were talking about job fair?
What job fair?
No. I'm sorry. Resume writing and stuff like that.
No?
That's not in there? What was I hearing?
You were hearing about volunteering because it'll help build your resume. if you
Oh,
volunteer.
that's it. Okay. Yeah, do-gooders. Listen, 8:11 in the morning, I meant to mention this earlier, but there's a whole lot of places that are advertising for job openings in the place. I don't want you to go anywhere until after you've dropped off your applications at the Micronesia Mall Concourse coming up on the 18th and 19th. The Micronesia Mall, actually the Goodwin companies. The Goodwin companies,
That's this weekend.
yes, are having a job fair.
What fun.
I know. It's American Bakery is among them.
Oh, I love American Bakery.
The turnovers.
Oh, yes.
Yes, American Bakery
Yes.
turnovers, right?
And their Spanish roll.
They're also
the
good.
Spanish
You
roll.
could be the person that sells it. You could be the person that makes it. So massive job fair for all of the different companies, including Philippine Airlines, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow.
It is going to be taking place from 1 until 5, 18th and 19th at the Micronesia Mall Concourse. There will be on-site interviews. So please bring your resumes and other supporting documents. Competitive wages, benefits, and excellent work environment. Wouldn't it be cool to work at the Micronesia? You're going to be there
Concourse
anyway.
what?
Concourse 4.
Oh, there. Okay.
I don't know which one is Concourse 4.
You know where FHP used to have their stuff, like when they have health fairs, that when it
Oh,
used to
in
be
there.
the dollar something discount store.
Okay, I got you. All right, so that's where it's going to be. If you want details, go to the Micronesia Mall. Has got a Facebook page, so go there and see what's up here. 8:12 in the morning on the radio. Here it is, scattered showers, partly sunny skies for today. Daytime highs about 87 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92. Going to have some gusty winds today as well, maybe up to 20 miles an hour. We got scattered showers, etc. Mostly cloudy tonight, and overnight lows should be about 76 degrees. I'm going to sneeze. Mostly sunny tomorrow, partly cloudy tomorrow night, and mostly sunny on Friday as well. Sunset tonight, not till 6:31. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather. Oh, the sneeze gave up on itself. Which is good, because I think I scared the hell out of Donna a second ago when I actually sneezed while the Fox News was playing, and he's got to make that noise like, oh my God, I've never heard anything that loud before. Well, just wait until legislature. Just I'm wondering when the governor does I'm serious. When the governor does the State of the Island address and does
Wait, do you think she's actually going to announce that
the thing tonight? I'm sure of it.
You think so?
I'm sure of it. Yeah. For no other reason, just rub it in everybody's face down there. Well, except for Will and Joe and a couple of the other guys. But I'm wondering if Therese and the little coalition that she's got there with her and Sabine and Barnett and all of the Republicans, I wonder if they will select that time to get up and walk away. Just go, oh, I'm sorry. This is the governor's address on how she runs the government. Doesn't need us, so we're going to split. Turn off the lights when she's done.
They should just stay and listen to what she has to say.
There's no fun in that. There is no fun. There's no drama.
Why would you want drama? That's like, I think her speech will be drama enough.
Well, because we are in talk radio. And I want something,
you want something to talk about
very
tomorrow?
juicy and dramatic. Hey, guess what happened at the legislature last night? 8:14, Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
The new Subway series includes one of the most craveable sandwiches of them all, the Subway Club.
Number 12, the Turkey Cali Club is the best with avocado, turkey, and bacon.
The best should come with bacon, turkey, and ham. That's my number 10, the All-American Club.
Number 11, the Subway Club is a proven classic that comes with ham too, plus turkey and Angus roast beef.
I see. Let's start over. Let's talk cheese in the Subway series.
I'm still gonna win this. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Every company needs money to grow and take on the challenges 2023 will bring.
That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you.
We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step or perhaps for a startup,
including working with SBA or GITA.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches.
Bank Pacific.
We want to be your partner.
Equal opportunity lender. Member FDIC.
Credit conditions apply.
I'm sorry, portions of I was waiting to sneeze, and it's not working.
Well, you know what? God bless you anyways, Ray.
Thank you so much. 8:15, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by our friends over at, our friends, Kim and Ron over at Security Title. They're a couple of fantastic people and have enjoyed for about the last 25 years doing the incredible work of making sure that your real estate transactions are going to go exactly as they should, and that is smooth. So check them out today when you get into buying something from all of the great realty companies that we got here on Guam.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Interesting day already, and made much more interesting by the release that came out of the Speaker's office a little bit earlier this morning. The copy that I got looked like it was time for about 5 o'clock in the morning, so it's all fresh information that we're getting. Have not yet had a chance to talk to the Speaker of the Legislature, but she's certainly one of the guests that we're trying on here this morning to find out a little bit more about what she has heard about the contents of a lease between the military and the government of Guam that did not get the advice, consent, and approval of the co-equal branch of the government. Prior to that, one of the interesting conversations that I thought needed to take place was just exactly what happened, what do we know occurred over at Guam Memorial Hospital, and why it seems like they were flying by the seat of their pants when they determined that there was an issue with somebody jumping into their IT and networking systems. I'm not the only one that has been asking questions about that. The co-chair of the committee over at the legislature is Senator Joanne Brown. She joins us now. Good morning, Senator.
Hey, Ray. Good morning.
It sounds like you got what I got. What, did you wake up this morning? Did you have a dry tongue when you woke up?
No, I don't have a cold or anything. Just tired, up late working on science projects. I'll tell you, I'm learning a lot. It's been a long time since I've been in school, but boy, as these projects are working, you're like, oh gosh, I have dedeadlines to meet here.
Oh, so, yeah. And the deadline is today, and naturally you found out about this close of business yesterday. I got kids. I know what you're talking about. What can I ask is, unless it's some kind of a classified piece of information, what is the science project that will be turned in?
Oh, the science project has to do with a pretty simple thing, but a common problem, especially when you have white uniform shirts, is how do you remove rust stains off fabric? And what kind of agent do you use to do that? So that was the project.
But hold on, inquiring minds want to know, how do you get rid of rust stains in white clothes?
You certainly can't do it using the traditional, detergents, and you don't ever use bleach. That's one of the things we learned. Do not use bleach. If you use bleach, it will become a permanent stain, and you will never be able to get rid of it.
Wow.
So do not use bleach.
Peroxide?
We found you can use hydrogen peroxide. You can use a combination of that, lemon, baking soda, and vinegar, white distilled vinegar. And putting that combination in, if you don't let it sit too long, will foam up and help clean that stain.
All right. Hopefully nobody's plagiarizing. Nobody's plagiarizing your kid's science project.
It's got turned in this morning, so we're good.
All right, gotcha. 2020 after. Appreciate a slice of the senator's life here. But a really, really interesting story popping out of the Guam Memorial Hospital. Interesting because nobody outside of the hospital apparently knew anything that was going on in there until the story was leaked. They didn't tell anybody. Yeah. And I think that that is the first of the sins, and maybe a cavalcade of others moving rather quickly and not necessarily having a plan in place to be able to go from a digitized system for employee health records and other health-related transactions, I want to say, between the nurse and a department of the hospital. Email systems down, and the telephone systems are down. It seems like a real disaster that we're just now plumbing the depths of. I'd like to see if there's any, if you were going to be calling for an oversight.
Well, that's something certainly I'll be discussing with the speaker. We will meet later this morning at a hearing at 10 o'clock. It really comes down to confidence. It's one of the things I brought up during the meeting because we did go down there for the briefing on Monday. We were notified by the speaker on Saturday that this had occurred, and that was the first that we had heard about it. And obviously very concerning because, this is our public hospital. We have to have some sense of confidence in the information that they're providing to us. And, we're assuming that they're being truthful. But, when they misrepresent information, or in this particular case, to be as direct, Ray, when they've actually lied about the information, about what's been transpiring, and then a couple of weeks later come out publicly saying, oh, this is what really happened, but, we're doing an investigation. And we understand you can do the investigation. We don't want to compromise that or whoever the party or parties may be involved in this. But at the same time, you have a responsibility to make sure that when you're running a public agency, and I've done a few of those, you need to be upfront with the public. You don't have to get in the details of the investigation. We don't want to compromise that. Certainly we'll want to make sure whoever the responsible party or parties may be, that they find who they are and deal with them accordingly. But you can't tell the public, well, we know we're upgrading the system, and then a couple of weeks later come out and say, oh, we actually, our system was breached, and, we had to shut everything down, and this is what the result was, where, patient care may have been jeopardized. I know Senator Tello directly asked the question, did anyone die as a result of this? They said, no, nobody died. But, I can't imagine all of a sudden,
patients maybe
system, and then you don't have information on the patient. What's their medication, things like that.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about patients that maybe were in the hospital. To what degree did they know that the systems were unavailable at that time, and that they would basically gone back?
Maybe one of your listeners out there who was at the hospital at the time, maybe can call in and give us some insight to that. But when you don't trust your public officials to give you truthful information about the operations of a public, department that obviously provides a very, very critical service to this community, that's just not right, and it's not acceptable. And when they talk now, how do we know that they're being upfront and truthful? And so, we did go up there Monday to get that briefing. Myself, of course, Speaker Terlahi, Senator Frank Bloss, Tello Tidegui, Senator Sabina, myself, and I believe Senator Parkinson came in late into the meeting. But, to get the information, and it's just very concerning. And we heard their explanation, but, I didn't walk out of there feeling any sense of comfort, to find out that all these misrepresentations had been made to the public, and public press releases and public statements. And then they said, oh, well, we issued one this morning to provide this. Although that's 2 weeks later, day late and a dollar short, as they say. And it's just concerning that this has transpired. For those individuals and the leadership up there that's in charge of our public facility.
Well, also kind of interesting, because my understanding is this is a new system that they've installed there in the last couple of years. I think they took some COVID money and found a vendor out there, and I'm wondering if there may need to be some kind of oversight or some stern Q&A with the vendor of this system. My guess is it's probably something where they've got maintenance clauses and requirements and updates of the software on a regular basis. Kind of a maintenance agreement that they've got is the security part of that, and to what degree is the vendor going to be held responsible for maybe a leak of usernames and passwords on their side?
Yeah, I think it's just a question of, ultimately what their investigation determines as to what the cause was, who was involved, and, what they did and what they accessed and how did they access it. I'm sure in due time, we're hopeful that information will come forth.
Could they not have gone to the vendor in real time and say, hey, listen, I think we've got a problem in here. Can you guys dig it out from where you are? I don't know that the vendor would have said, shut everything down.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Ray. I mean, I can't answer that. That'll be a wonderful question to ask Lillian Posadas in terms of how and why things transpired the way they did, and why the hospital was not upfront and truthful with the public as to the reason that you're unable essentially to communicate with the hospital.
Well, maybe she's picking out her dress.
Your staff is literally put into, they're having to respond without the tools to do so.
With virtually it's the same kind of tools that my Auntie Annie Burdalio used to use at the old Guam Memorial Hospital, paper and pen. Apparently, 8:25. Well, maybe she was busy picking out her dress for tonight. What are you wearing?
I actually don't know yet. I got to make a decision about that at some point. I don't have a lot of planning time these days.
apparently not. 8:25 in the morning. Well, you asked for it, and the voters put you back in. But let me just toss this out at you, because I got 5 minutes to go before I got to jump into news and headlines with Donna, and I figure maybe I'll generate another one. Are you going to stick around for see what the governor's got to say about this apparent lease that they've got done already at the
Well, I mean, we'd like to hear more about it. Yesterday, we do know that our Republican caucus leader Frank Bloss had attended a meeting with the governor, and I understand there were 3 or 4 other Democrats that were present at that meeting with the admiral and the governor to discuss this lease agreement. I guess we'll see if she drops that bomb, during her speech this afternoon, because I think it's obviously going to be concerning to us that these decisions are being made without including the leadership of the legislature, that ultimately, unless she's got 100% funding somewhere in her back pocket, that she's going to need us to address funding. And we're very concerned because we're not really a part of the dialogue with regards to what these plans are. And she seems to be making all these decisions on her own, and it's kind of like it's her way or the highway kind of deal. And, we may not be as responsive in the way she wants to be, at least the majority of us, with the approach that she's taken. I mean, look at the current situation. We can't even properly manage our existing hospital. And all this time and attention is being put on how we're going to build a new hospital, and whether, we don't even know, is it feasible? Can our people afford it? We all want to ensure our people have good health care, but at the same time, we also want to make sure that we're not just building something that we can't afford or we can't maintain and end up in the very same situation we are today. Because one of the things that happened at that meeting the other day of GMH, towards the end of the meeting, Lillian had mentioned, well, senators, that's why we need additional support for funding. And I'm sitting there, and, of course, Senator Frank and Senator Teller jumped in really quick saying, hey, wait a minute, you got ARP funding available that you can use right now for this emergency. Why are you talking to us about waiting 8 or 9 months? And so I thought, well, back on you, because that's a very good point. We have critical needs right now that our people need with our existing facility, and yet a lot of time and effort is being put because this is what the governor wants. And who cares about anybody else, because we're a one-woman show, and you just can't operate that way. You don't certainly build good working relations and have people involved in a especially something as big and as significant as what they're proposing. And there's still a lot of questions we need to peel the layers on to find out what exactly are we talking about.
Well, why does it have to be there? I haven't found anybody that wants it there.
It's close to where I live, but is that is that financially what's most feasible? Is that where the infrastructure is for the rest of the medical community? Is that workable? How much more is it going to cost us? And even with the military, I mean, if they're giving us a land lease, what are they expecting in return? And especially land lease to land that our own people are saying, hey, wait a minute, you came into our house, you took our property, now you're leasing it back to us. there's all those issues that need to be addressed. And it looks like that's, I think at the end of the day, probably we're going to find out that the landowners that want to get their land back, or hope at some point they will, that the administration and the governor is pretty much dismissing their issues and their concerns with a view that, let's do the land bank, let's just pay them off and move on. And there's just issues like that need to be further reviewed, and the voices of our people need to be included in this process. And I think that's where the governor has her problem really, because she does not, certainly not with this legislature. Maybe last legislature she had all the votes lined up. But you're hearing a lot more critical voices of review here in this current legislature. About what the governor's doing. And we want to make sure that things are moving along in a way that the people say, yeah, this is what we want and this is how we want it done. But you're not going to do that with a one-sided conversation.
No, you absolutely not. And the other point of the conversation is, all right, if we have to suffer another bazillion dollars in expenses to refurb everything, to renovate that area, Route 15, Lalo area, so that it can accommodate the infrastructure of a hospital, that to include roads and sewage and upgrades to the power facilities and et cetera, then what are we going to do with the property that has been sitting idle at the end of the Archbishop Circle?
I don't disagree with you, Ray.
I mean, if we're not going to use it, give it back to the Paris family. We'll have a Parisville too.
There's a lot of issues on the table that certainly we can discuss, and I'm sure that's one of them. I'm sure those in the medical community that built their whole infrastructure around the existing hospital, I'm sure are concerned in being able to access the new hospital and address their patient care. But like I said, we got pressing issues right now that obviously are not being addressed. When you have misrepresentation of information, by the leadership and of GMH out to the public, that's very concerning. I mean, we need to deal with the here and now. I mean, yes, we need to plan for the future, but when we have these type of things going on, I mean, it's very hard to have any sense of confidence or comfort in where things are going.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on this. Donna says, well, why does everything have to be so dramatic? I'd say, thank you very much. Here's the lease. You're going to present it to this body that voted unanimously to be a part of these agreements. Then I'd get up and walk away. You don't need us paying attention to you. That's the way I do it. And yeah, there does need to, I think, be a little bit of hell-raising and drama on issues just like this. 8:31 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Senator, always a pleasure hearing from you. Let us know what kind of grades come out of this experiment to remove rust stains from white clothes.
Okay, all right.
You have a great day. 888-8255-888-TALK. Always a delight. And getting kind of the answers that I was looking for. If we're not going to use that land, give it back to the Paris clan. And why does it? I've got the artist rendering, and apparently they're going to have to start from scratch. According to Therese Terlei's press release, based on the lease agreement now that has been signed in the dark of night. They're going to have to start everything all over again. We're going to have height restrictions, so we can't build up. The Ray wants to do it, so that's why we can't put it anywhere else. So yeah, it's got to go wider than it does tall. And then there's something in there about the no longer a requirement to live up to the conversation about net negatives and plenty more. We'll see what we can find and who we need to talk to about this. But I think it is there was a line that might have been drawn with legislative fairy dust, and it is possible that the administration has crossed over that. It's 8:32 in the morning. Donna's got her last big look at news and headlines on the other side of these important messages.
Buenos Zenhafide. Thank you for coming to today's annual meeting. As you all know, our island's had a very successful year, and I'd love to hear about all of the progress we've made. Who wants to go first?
Me, please.
Why don't we start with you?
Yes, thank you. We've helped over 1,200 Guam kids and their families pay for childcare.
And that's over $5.5 million in childcare costs so far. Excellent work, as always.
Thanks, boss. Over 130 after-school and community care programs have received grant funding for programs like swimming.
And cycling. And soccer. And jiu-jitsu.
Just to name a few. It's my turn, guys. Come on. Anyways, we've also graduated 3 cohorts in our provider certification program at GCC and certified over 75 relative care providers.
That's great news, everyone.
Yes, indeed. It's been a long day. I might need a little break.
Who's ready for recess?
Recess? This ad is paid for with funds administered by the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
K-pop dance contest. Oh. Well, hold the presses here. Stop the presses. Wait a second. How is that? Forget about the governor and that lease. Never mind. We'll be fine. We're gonna have a K-pop K-pop job fair. K-pop dance contest. Stand by. Wait, hold on. I got a thing. There's the chime. Okay, I see the chime there. I can put it up on the screen. Rotary Club of Northern Guam is putting together with GPO the 2023 Guam Local Youth K-pop Dance Contest. It's coming up not this weekend, but next Saturday, 3 to 5 p.m. $1,000 cash prize at the food court. There is no entry fee to get in there. I guess all you got to do is get up and strut your stuff.
Man. Yeah, let's do it, man. Korean style.
Going down.
But we're not going to save anything in the community with this?
Near as I can tell, I don't know if I still got the hip moves for a K-pop dance contest or something like that.
Only Dennis Larson might.
Can we, is there boys and girls? I know. Is it boys and girls? Because there's only a boy in the poster. So I'm just kind of curious about that.
And is it just solo or do they...
Because they got groups, a lot of groups in the K-poppy thing. Mm-hmm. All right, I'll see I'll investigate and see what I can find out. If you are looking for information, let me just get this out in the open here. Elizabeth Cruz is the chairwoman. And we might be able to see if I can get her on the radio. I think I've got a telephone number for Ina, and then Ina can put us in touch with Elizabeth, and then we'll get all the details that you need to have York. And never mind science fairs and contests. No. Teach the kids how to dance like K-pop dancers. It's 8:35 in the morning. Donna D has got her last big look at news and headlines coming up next. How about Donna? What happened?
A package containing a suspicious substance was mailed to a home in Santa Rita a little before 9 o'clock last night. The fire department's hazmat team responded to Chalanizuk for a suspicious substance found in a package. GFD spokesperson Kevin Riley says several tests were conducted with negative findings. The National Guard's civil support team performed further testing and confirmed the substance to be sodium and calcium carbonate or detergent. And GMH has resumed visitations following a temporary suspension made last Wednesday. On Monday, the hospital announced that there was unauthorized access to its network on March 2, prompting them to alert the FBI and Guam Homeland Security. Visitations were temporarily suspended to ensure appropriate dedication of resources. As of yesterday afternoon, approximately 75% of GMH's system was restored. And Reventax Director Daphne Shimizu was recognized last month at the Association of Government Accountants National Leadership Training in Washington, D.C. She was presented the Distinguished Local Government Leadership Award. Over the last few years, the primary focus of the department was to get pandemic aid to people as quickly and efficiently as possible, plus updating Reventax's computers for the first time in years. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
8:36 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. I'll see what other details I need to get to fill the void that I have on the K-pop dance contest. Not this weekend, next weekend over at GPO. This weekend, you want to be at the Micronesia Mall for, what is it, the thing that they're going to be doing out there is job fair. Going to be job fair at that place. So, 8:37 in the morning. Now, we were talking with Senator Joanne Brown, and Speaker Terlahi's press release makes reference to a number of senators that were apparently in on a meeting, including Joe San Augustine, Senator Will Parkinson, who has got a response to the Speaker's letter. I'll read that shortly. Ray Canata, it says, and others. And Senator Joanne Brown said, and others includes my classmate, Frank Bloss Jr. Good morning, Darryl. How you doing?
No, that's not.
It's not Darryl?
No, that's Frank.
Which Frank?
On traffic. It's just a Frank. Frank.
Oh, just a Frank.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you got my classmate.
I'm trying, yeah.
All right. How about life, Frank? Go ahead.
Yo, all good.
It's groovy.
Yeah, good day. But, man, this traffic's crazy, man. Well, why are they blocking the road?
Mono?
For this cutting grass, man. They shouldn't be blocking the road to cut grass.
And they should be cutting it. They should be cutting it in the middle of the night. We were talking about this, if not you, then somebody else yesterday on the subject, and saying, why are they doing this now? 7 o'clock in the morning. We got people trying to get to work, and we get the outside where they're doing all the trimming and everything. Yeah, it's a pain, but I think the alternative now is to do it at 5:30 in the morning, as the maintenance guy did over at DPW this morning. It's dark. I don't know how the hell the guy can see what he's cutting.
Yeah. They can get some headlights on, sir.
No, yeah, I guess so. I didn't check to see if that was the case, but it always just kind of freaks me out. I'm going, well, if I was going to bush cut in the backyard, if I was going to mow the yard, I'd probably do it when there was a little bit of light out there, so that I could see where I was going and what I was doing.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'll see what we can. All right. I'll see what we can find out from my buddy Vince Ariola over at the Department of Public Works and find out why it is that the contractors are going out and doing these kinds of things in the middle of drive time traffic. But you still have to find Frank Bloss. What? What are you laughing at?
I'm trying.
Okay.
I am trying. Everybody.
All
the senators.
Get Chris Duenius and Will Parkinson. Will Parkinson. Danger Will Parkinson. He has a response. 8:39 in the morning. You will recall every time that we've talked about Bill 12, we say that it passed unanimously at the 37th Guam legislature. That means nobody voted against it. All present voted for it. And Will Parkinson this morning is in his response to the speaker's claim is saying why he no longer supports the legislation. What he was told by the admiral that makes it okay for him to say, yeah, changed my mind. And it is possible that it's likewise for everybody else. 20 away from the top of the hour. We'll see what he's got to say. The rest of it is I'm reading this to you here after these messages.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title. And in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tenactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
It's a joke, Ray.
I'm wondering what they must all be calling each other right now. That's got to be what's going on. Everybody's calling each other, which is why we're getting busy signals on all of the lines that we're reaching out this morning to find out just to what degree the caca has hit the fan over at the 37th Guam legislature, with all of them voting unanimously to support the speaker's bill number 12 and number 13 that would provide some kind of guidance, advice, consent, consultation of the equal branch of government and anything to do with deals and agreements and expenditures related to the kind of construction that will be this new hospital that apparently is going up on Route 15 come hell or high water. 19 away from the top of the hour. The only guy that we were able to find is actually Jimmy Craig Moylan, our congressional representative. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hey, half a day, Ray, and half a day, Guam. I'm back on island. Just came in last night and into the office. Excited to be back home.
Hey, your office is next to Mosa's, right?
Yeah, yes, it actually is.
Do I need to say more?
No, you don't.
Okay.
It's well understood.
All right, here we go. Every once in a while, you can't let too much time go by without getting some Tinatlacutney in you. 8:42 in the morning. I'm sorry that you fly in, and on the day that you fly, you make your way back to Guam and your office. Lee Weber has got a pretty strident criticism of your DOE and slash DODEA concept in the Pacific Daily News.
Yeah, understood, and I'm sure there will be that from the residents of Guam. That's okay. Our point was just to have a discussion with the military and local government to say, hey, is there a way this could work out? Or why don't we just look at a 5-year plan? There's no intent in the letter to ask for DODEA schools to close at all. None at all. And all this is just to initiate a conversation. Is there a way that we can work together for the betterment of the overall students of the island of Guam? That's all. And how that conversation ends, I'm not sure. But let's just have the discussion start.
Has anybody responded to that in the Department of Defense?
We haven't received an answer on the letter yet, which we don't expect right away. But I'm sure we'll be having future discussions here at different levels to see what are their plans. Because I would just like to know, and I think as well as the people of Guam would like to know, as you bring in the families of the military force that is increasing on Guam, where are their children going to go to school? All right, so it's just a question to be asked. This week I'll be meeting with the Rear Admiral as well, which I hope to do every time I come on in to brief of anything new. And that's possibly a discussion we can just have. I'm sure it needs to be moved on forward, but at this point, just to get some information from him will be helpful as well. So that's the point. We just wanted to start the discussion, and that it has. Pluses and minuses, for sure.
But, well, the bigger deal coming out of Washington, D.C., and again, if you're listening at 93.3, we are aware that there are audio issues with us right now, and the recommendation is you download the app or on Facebook, go to the Point's Facebook page, YouTube Live, look up The Ray Gibson Show, and then log in there, and it's a cherry signal. Also at thepoint.gu, there's a listen live button. You can watch the program live, and it sounds absolutely cherry on that. Sorry about that. Like I said, techs are on the scene working on it, I believe, as we speak. 8:44 in the morning. Now, the bigger deal coming out of Washington, D.C. is actually the word on the budget. Significant amounts of money that are going to be spent to help protect the island of Guam from any kind of incursion, invasion, or attack from the Chinese and North Koreans, Russians, and I'm going to throw in the Iranians just to be complete.
Sure, and the idea is that this being the most northern point where or western point where America's day begins, is that we show the strong show of force of our military as a defensive, not aggression, but to show don't mess with Guam, don't mess with the United States. In addition, we're also looking at the COPA is coming on up. It's going to come to the Committee on House of Natural Resources also. And that's where we'll have the ability to talk about this too. And there's with our sister nations, I understand from that budget proposal from the president, there's a lot of money being put into that, which is rightfully so. But our point as the delegate for Guam and as well as Hawaii, thinking about that too, and the other states and territories that are affected by COPA migrants, we need also assistance as we continue to build a relationship with our sister nations. Let's also help with that COPA funding instead of $30 million, which we know for every state and territory that is affected by feeling the need for additional government sources to support the COPA migrants. We need additional support from the federal government. So if that budget increases for Guam, let's also look at the COPA migrants, which is important for the island chain, the defense and the island chain.
Making the migrants eligible for the same, I suppose, benefits as citizens should have been done from day one.
Yes, I mean we still.
But there is still even if every migrant on Guam was able to take advantage of every program that was out there and available, there would still be an impact. And the $14 or $15 million, as you know, that we traditionally received, I want to say the biggest bite between all of the affected jurisdictions, it was never ever enough. Regardless, 8:47 in the morning, well, Senator, I appreciate your time here. Glad that you're back, and I don't need to drop any more hints.
Gotcha.
We'll see. I'll see you when I see you. Tell Bobby to keep a chair warm.
We'll do. Let's support our local businesses.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes, sir. See you later. Senator Jimmy, sorry, not Senator, Congressman James Craig Moylan on the line with us. The techs are on the scene working on reducing the level of interference that is the Optimus Prims thing. We'll see in a little bit. There could be times where the signal just drops off completely, and it might be because they're changing a battery or a light bulb or a network switch or something like that. One of the dangers of having a completely digital system is you have a completely digital system. And as anybody in networks and IT like at the hospital. Does anybody of those guys know? Then you run every once in a while the risk of something going
Nice,
sideways
Ray.
and the product not being necessarily what you'd like to present to the people. But all of the apps and streams that we've got available are working and in good place. 8:48 in the morning. Senator Jesse Anderson Lahan asking actually a fairly similar question with what is it, the former speaker, Vice Speaker, Tina Rose Munya-Barnes, asking questions about what the heck is going on. Don't we have a Guam technology here? I thought this was interesting. From the office of Lujan and Fisher, how did you guys get together?
Actually, Ray, the three of us share offices. Myself, Senator Fisher, and Senator Duenius all share offices down in Ganya.
Oh, I had no idea. I thought it was interesting because it comes from there with your name and his name, and both of you signed off on this an oversight, requesting for an oversight on government of Guam technology. We've got a BIT at Adelup, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Ray.
I wonder if they were called in. Did they come in as like the information technology SWAT team to go and help the Guam Memorial Hospital?
Well, they should have. They definitely should have from the very beginning when they were created. Absolutely, they should have. I mean, all these important the hospital, very public health as well, rep and tax, all that. They should have been armed and ready from the get go. Absolutely.
Well, you bring up a good point. How long have they been there, and what can they cite are their accomplishments here? It seems to me that everybody is still looking for one gigantic system. Have we figured out how we're going to replace the old, what do you call it, Agupa system?
Yeah, the AS200 or something like that.
Yeah, AS400.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I don't know if we've got a new system of that, but the big concern is Ray. The OPA report had come out a couple of days ago. And as we were reading through it, of course, as the OPA pointed out, that there seems to be about 22 million in uncollected GRT, and we're saying, and the capture rate basically when these contractors it looks like they're paying the rate of 4.19% of GRT. With all the exemption, we're not saying that they're not due the exemptions, but we can't track it. We can't verify these exemptions, and so again, whether they're verifiable or not, they should be verifiable, but we can't verify whether or not it's true and whether or not it's an exemption that they can partake in. So
this is stuff that we've been talking about for years.
Yes, absolutely.
When Art was running the Department of Revenue and Taxation, when we first had the conversations about the military buildup, they had indicated that was always going to be one of the issues here in terms of collecting what is due Guam for the buildup work that is done on Guam.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right with that. But here we are. We're still here, 2023, and we're still in the same predicament. And that number continues to add up, most especially as we have more contractors coming and building things here in Guam for the military.
Well, there's going to be more. I mean, you heard the announcement coming out of the Pentagon here. Significant money is going to be spent, and there's going to be additional construction and work that is going to be done to build a defensive perimeter around the island of Guam to protect all of us, the military and the people here. So this is going to be fun. Listen, I just a little bit of time, and I wanted to get the sense from among the Republicans that I can reach out to here this morning, how you guys feel about the Speaker Therese Terlahi's press release that went out that said basically the deal that you all voted unanimously to bring into the legislative body so that we could have conversations, advice, consent, and consultation with the legislature has been usurped. That lease has apparently already been signed.
But it looks like they did that before, or maybe during session before we even passed it.
Surprise! Isn't it true? Adelup is where transparency goes to die.
Something like that, yeah. According to Webster's, yeah.
Didn't they put together a website that they said they were going to have all of the information, all the comings and goings and meeting minutes and all of that online so that people could see in real time the decisions that are being made and the people that are involved?
That's what they said. Saying and doing are two different things, though. Absolutely.
I forgot.
Different. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens tonight at the State of the Island address, and we're interested to.
Hell, I expect you guys to walk out. If it was me, I'd get up and leave. I don't need to hear this. You don't actually need to be down here saying all of these things. And if this is your excuse for transparency, we as a body can reject it, or in the very least neglect it. The same way that there are certain get-togethers where somebody from the Biden administration will go, oh, I don't know, down to the border and start talking to these guys. They'll put up with them. They'll listen, but they turn their backs on them. So in the very least, I'd turn my back on that conversation.
We have a good idea what's going to be said, but again, the facts are not going to are going to probably diminish what is being said tonight. I mean, look at, again, as you said earlier, the hospital situation. I mean, is everything all right?
The hospital situation, the school situation, and as she pointed out to you, and the rest of the body, well, I don't have anything to do with that. And Chris Barnett, I think, was correct when he came out and said, what do you mean? You were responsible for giving up millions of dollars worth of pay raises. Surely you can be responsible for the declaration of an emergency in the Department of Education.
Well, I mean, I'm baffled in the fact that again the power of proclamation of emergency lies with the legislature. I go, well, man, we got 15 governors now.
Good point. I've got to get on the other governor, Bloss Jr., Frank Bloss Jr. He's on the other line, so I'm going to yak with him in a couple of minutes. I'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
I'll watch you on TV tonight, 8:54 in the morning, and let me jump from one place to the other. My classmate, Senator Frank Bloss Jr., with us online here this morning. Buenas and Havade Deru.
Man, I tell you what, listening to you on the radio with all that digital interference, I thought I was listening to the sequel of E.T.
Well, hopefully it's gone away. It comes and goes. We've got guys that are looking at it, trying to pinpoint exactly what the problem is, and we'll get it straightened out. Otherwise, like I said, download the app, pick up the streams, go online. They're all there. 8:55 though. Having said that, I'm not perfect. I'm not omnipotent, but I gotta. Senator Brown mentioned that you were in that meeting with the governor and Admiral Nicholson.
Yes, initially the invitation came earlier in the day from the governor's chief of staff, and wanted at least 3 Republicans, and it was decided that I will represent the caucus and listen to what is being said and bring the information back to the caucus for our discussion.
Okay.
And so, I attended the meeting that was held in the governor's residence. And obviously the governor, the lieutenant governor, the chief of staff, deputy chief, the admiral, and some of my Democratic colleagues were there.
Uh-huh.
And, the governor briefed basically saying that, that she's intent on building her medical campus on Eagles, in the area famously known as Eagles Field, and that there was a clause or there was a congressional law that basically states that with the federal government, if the federal government returns this land, it has to be returned to the government for best public use, or if not, the land is going to revert back to them, and that it was the intent of the Department of Defense to put up not just the missile defense system, but more military housing in that area. And from my indication, it was like, okay, this is not a discussion about what do you think we should do. This was a discussion of this is what I was going to do, and I'm like, okay, let me just hear what you think you're going to do or what you need to do, and I'll bring this back to my caucus. I didn't contribute to the conversation. I just was all ears, and tried to digest and absorb as much information as possible. But all intents and purposes, without the governor saying whether or not if and when she was going to sign it, it appeared as it was a done deal.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, while you feel this is a done deal, it's not the iceberg. It's a part of this iceberg, and there's a lot of components to this that still have to be discussed. And how we got to this point, and while I appreciate, the admiral being there and being able to provide, the perspective or what why the Department of Defense went down this road. I'm sure there are a number of questions that my colleagues and the community would have with regard to this agreement.
So the lease has not been signed yet that you are aware of.
No, from my understanding, the lease is going to be transmitted to the governor later today with already the signature block for the United States already signed. And it's for the governor now to decide as to whether or not, the other part is going to be signed.
Okay, so I'm wondering now, does that mean she's going to sign it in front of you guys at the State of the Island address?
Well, I tell you what, you thought the first day of the legislature was bad.
Well, I'd like I said, I'd get up and walk away. Now, I got to say, we're going to be late for Fox News for those of you that are dying to find out what they're going to be breathless about. But I took a look at this, and among the concerns as expressed by the Speaker of the Legislature is that it would free them from the Robert Works's kind of obligation from back in 2011 to be net negative, so that they would have less of a footprint at the end of the military buildup than they did prior to that. And when that came out in 2011, you were at the legislature. You and a number of current members of the legislature now were members then, and I think that went quite a ways to appease some of the more militant and reactionary members of the 31st legislature. My memory is correct, isn't it?
Well, I was actually part of the initial meeting with Governor Felix Camacho when they came to talk about standing up the
jig pull, but at that time there was no four pillars. There were no four pillars.
No, yeah, and right, and with the information that was provided, not knowing where the cut line is with regards to classified information, there was obviously some drastic change in Indo-Pacific strategy or Indo-Pacific concern with regard to China from back then to now. And that had caused the Department of Defense to be able to rethink and have to re-strategize, what the defense posture, would be.
So what you're saying now is this lease is an opportunity for them to use that as a vehicle to walk it back?
I'm not, the devil's in the details, and unfortunately, the devil probably went to use the bathroom when those details needed to be expressed. And again, I don't know where the cut line is with regards to the classified information. The best person actually to provide that would probably be the Department of Defense, because I still have some questions. Obviously, again, like I said, my intent was not to go in there and ask the question; it was just to absorb and digest the information.
But at this point, if the governor's standing by, ready to sign it upon its delivery by the Department of Defense and the Admiral's office, we're gonna have a lieutenant come in and start waving some paperwork saying it's here. Then it doesn't look like the legislature is ever going to have an opportunity to dig into those details and ask those kinds of questions.
And obviously that was a concern that was brought up with the caucus after when it came back in the brief. Yeah. We've got now a situation where there's a bill that was voted on 15-0.
Yes.
I must say, okay, that basically says, hey, like any lease or any with regard with whether it be the United States or any other foreign entity, whatever, in excess of 5 years would have to go through legislative scrutiny and everything. That's sitting on the desk, and unfortunately, I don't know when the clock ends with regards to whether or not she has to.
3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, and so then what is next? I think that again, this was one of those meetings where it wasn't okay, guys. What do we need to do, or what do you suggest we do? This is one of those meetings where it was, okay, guys, this is what's going to happen,
right.
And I'm like, oh, okay.
Let's see what happens at the legislature tonight. We'll see what the press releases are starting to look like and all of that. A couple of minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning. Darryl, always fun talking with you. Hugging a kiss to Tilly, and I'll check you soon. Oh, and Biba, Polly Eric Forbes, our classmate, is celebrating a birthday. It's certainly among the more famous and successful of the Father Duenius class of 1980.
Happy born day, Polly Eric.
Happy born day. All right, Brett, I'll see you soon. Fox News is playing in the background. We'll get caught up on Guam stuff after that.
In December. One of those alleged victims, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, wife of California Governor Gavin Newsom. Weinstein was convicted on the rape and sexual assault of one woman, sentenced to 16 years in prison. The 70-year-old, who has continued to deny any wrongdoing, already several years into a 23-year prison sentence issued in New York in 2020 after being found guilty of a first-degree criminal sexual act and third-degree rape. He has appealed his New York convictions. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Another round of layoffs at Facebook parent company Meta. The company says it will cut 10,000 jobs and will not fill 5,000 open positions as it cuts costs. The company says it'll reduce the size of its recruiting team and then make it further cuts in its tech groups in late April and then its business groups in late May. The Biden administration asking Congress to pass new legislation that lets kids sit with their parents on airplanes.
Last summer, the Department of Transportation said it is now their policy that airlines should seat parents and their children together at no extra charge. They set up a dashboard showing which airlines have already accommodated families. Now the department sent a letter to Congress, though, asking representatives to make this law. President Biden mentioned this in last month's State of the Union address.
Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being played for suckers.
The president said it was his intention to introduce a number of junk fee prevention measures, including ones that impact hotel, internet, cable, and sporting event fees. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Wall Street stocks close higher, reversing some of yesterday's losses. The Dow added 336. The Nasdaq gained 239. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
This spring, shop on over to the Micronesia Mall and enter to win. Redeem receipts totaling $10 or more. Scratch for a chance at instant prizes from Burger King or Foot Locker. Or receive a grand prize entry form for a drawing on May 6th for a chance to win a new Toyota Tacoma 4x4 SR5 off-road package with lift kit from Atkins Kroll Toyota. 10 lucky runners-up will get $250 gift certificates from Goodwin Travel and Tour for tickets to Philippine Airlines. Shop more, win more at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's Workpass, powered by Plume. Workpass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about Workpass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Off the line, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the who's that? APL, American President Lines, a global presence and a local home. And my team over at Subway, as in Subway Eat Fresh, as in the Subway series that is up on all of the menu boards all around the island, and even in the CNMI, where you can go and order by name or number, and the Subway sandwich artist will do all of the rest for you. My vote, I was going to say the number 4, but I've been grinding on a whole bunch of those number 10s. I think maybe today I'll try number 11. I think maybe I'll try the number 11 today. We'll see what happens. So you eat fresh at Subway.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
So anyway, what's going on where you live? 888-825-5, 888-TALK. The meme machine is online here this morning, and a lot going on. Speaker Therese Terlai has put a fire underneath a hornet's nest here, depending on who you're listening to and who you're talking to. And among the first of the hair on fire was Kenley Guerrero. Yeah, well, no surprise.
Say it isn't so.
Well, he got arrested. You remember? I told
his pants
him,
fell down. That's
and his
what
pants
I
fell
remember.
down. I've been running, right, and I
Never
don't know.
forget that, Ray, and 9/11. Those two things.
My pants are somewhat loose these days, thankfully. So I got to be careful where I go because I don't want my pants likewise to fall down while I'm getting arrested for whatever it is that he got arrested for. But he'd gone and tried to be in a meeting where they were talking about this new hospital, and it's government of Guam. It was over at the Hyatt, nice place. Sophie does a good job there, and he went in and they said, "You have to go. This is a closed meeting. You cannot be here." And he says, "Well, this is the government, and I'm a taxpayer, and there's no reason for any of this to be undisclosed." At any rate, they continued to disagree. They told the Hyatt to vamoose him. Hyatt was unable to vamoose him, so they called the Guam Police Department. They were able to get that job finally done and extricated one Kenley Guerrero out of the building. And I hope and pray that Doug Moylan would just you know what? Yeah, we're not going to do anything with this. I'm not really sure. Any laws
Decline
have been,
prosecution.
In fact, we're pretty sure everybody on Guam should have been a part of that meeting, should have at least been noticed and out in public. Having said all that, there have been other responses. Senator Joanne Brown has chimed in on this at my request. So you heard Jesse Lahan a few minutes ago. Frank Bloss Jr., another member of the Republican minority out there, and there are others. I don't think that, given the situation right now, I don't know that we're going to be able to speak to Therese Terlai. Her letter does it on its own. The press release does it on its own. And no less than Will Parkinson has issued a response to that. And we'll talk with, I'll read that to you before too much longer. But I figured just in terms of completeness, I'd like to get other members of the 37th Guam legislature, and especially this one here, who sat in the 35th and 36th Guam legislature as a member, kind of, how do I want to say this? Is a member of, as far as Adelup was concerned, a redundant part of the government of Guam. Didn't need the legislature for anything, and so it didn't really bother including him in any of the conversations about how to spend ARP money, what some of the critical needs were of the community going into the COVID crisis, and now we're coming out of it. It looks like there's no need to have a legislature advice, consult the governor on something as big as the creation of a new hospital facility. Good morning, Senator Chris Duenius.
Good morning, Ray Gibson, Real Joe, and Donna D. Hope you're safe on the road to your next journey for the day. But yeah, Ray, if I were the governor right now, I'm sure this is not going to happen, but I would get up on the podium and say, the state of the island needs a lot of repair. I'll get back to you later.
Right. I got to go fix the schools now. I got to go take care. I got to reboot the computers at the hospital.
Yeah. But, really, I'm going to listen intently tonight. But, I have to say, and I'm glad our caucus really has been loud and clear this morning on how we feel Senator Joanne and Senator Jesse and Senator Frank. Very, very loud and very clear. And I agree with Senator Joanne. I think by and large, this is a much different legislature, and you're going to see a lot more of what myself and our Republican caucus was trying to do in the last term. And that is, and what's interesting, Ray, honestly, I of all the terms I served in the legislature, I really haven't gotten as much public feedback as I've gotten in this term and last term. And just the people pulling you aside at the grocery store, everywhere, just saying, keep it up. You got other friends, more loud voices now in the legislature on the other side of the aisle as well, that we know that you guys are not trying to be obstinate. You're trying to make sure all voices are heard. And I've been just really so, gratified that people are taking the opportunity to do that. You hear Senator Barnett talking a lot about that, and all of us really. And I know, because even when we're together, it's like that. So the people of Guam, I know the governor was in another media saying the people are happy, everything's going well. And I going to continue to respect.
Crime is down. Crime is down. Look, we fixed we fixed the Marine Drive in front of the Dun Dun Donkey. Everything is what do you have to be unhappy about?
Yeah, I just honestly don't believe that that's the mood of the people. I've seen in other media outlets where they did the man on the street kind of conversation after the crime is down and things have come down, and nothing could be further from the truth in terms of what people are actually feeling in the villages. And once again, I always go back to the WhatsApp chats because it's true. I can show them to you, the several that I'm on, that on a daily and on an evening basis. In some villages now, at least, I know that some reports that are coming back to me now, there has been a stepped-up police presence. Some of the patrols that are going at night through different villages or different, subdivisions, they're actually turning on their sidelights to just make sure that they can, see any activity. So, there's stepped-up activity. But the fact is that we're far from safe. And I was like you. I didn't understand the kind of the statement that more arrests have been taking place and crime is down. I mean, that's like the meth issue, about 4 years ago, meth was $800 to $1,000 a gram, and now it's 100 or below a gram. The fact of the matter is that has to be a supply issue, that there's just so much of that crap on the streets. And you can say you seized 100 pounds, but that probably means 2,000 pounds or more got through. And so we're really, I just hope we continue to speak in the reality of today, and then kind of coming back to the hospital issue. On the eve of this speech and coming out with this, knowing that the legislation had passed, unanimously at the legislature, and I saw.
Now it looks like they think they're going to win on this, but the 15 members of the legislature believe that they were speaking on behalf of the people that they represent. And now we've got the governor, Magahaga, who says, I don't care about the wishes of the people the legislature represents. Well, who does Adelup represent?
And that's the thing, we don't know the terms. It's starting to sound like what's coming out of that meeting perhaps was, an in-kind, meaning that now we would service the military, which probably, had a shorter vision before when they reduced the beds of the hospital that they built when they put their new hospital in up in Agana Heights, and possibly a VA clinic, which all are good things. But the thing is that, not only is the ink not dry, but there's been no conversation at all about just that arrangement alone. And then all the myriad of things that you've discussed that we all know about, Ken Guerrero has been reporting on very heavily, which is really just the massive infrastructure upgrades and just the totality of the cost alongside this. So, this is the reason why a discussion needs to take place. And I understand from a governor's position, I guess, you just want to get her done, but that's not the way it's done. And that's not the way anything done properly is done. And so I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth on this. And, I certainly think that, the governor could do one thing to show that she wants to work with us, and that's sign the bill and then sit down with us.
Why not? I didn't see anything really wrong with that. But, of course, now there's others that seem to be walking that decision back. Among them, your new Senator down the other side of the aisle, Will Parkinson, has issued his response to the Speaker's press release here this morning, and I'll get around to doing that. And he makes an interesting point. Is this about giving the people back their land? Because if it is, it ain't going to happen. The Admiral said it's not going to happen. Therefore, we need to consider what the future of healthcare is going to be on Guam.
Well, I think it's a bigger conversation than that, though, Ray. I think the bigger conversation is, what was the context of net negative to begin with? This goes down to good faith. Every single time I've spoken on the floor about this issue and this is where I'm in lockstep with Speaker Therese, everything looks like it's been just cooked up behind the scenes. And that there's nothing more that causes a public to be completely distrustful of what you're doing than when you're not clear, upfront, and transparent about what you're doing.
Well, the transparency on this has been an issue for a while. I'll read from the letter that then Secretary of the Navy Robert Work wrote to our friend Governor Eddie Jerome Baza Calvo in 2011. He said, "We will pursue." This is the four pillars. That became, I want to say, somewhat of a pacifying agent for many of, and you were in the legislature at this time. You know who I'm talking about. They needed to take a chill pill, and it came in the form of the four pillars, which included: we will pursue a net negative strategy for DoD owned land on Guam. The department is committed to having a smaller DoD footprint on Guam after the military buildup than we currently hold. We will better utilize the lands we currently have and return underutilized land to the government of Guam.
You know, Frank Bloss Jr. was our minority leader in the 31st. Your dear sister, our other colleague,
Mana was there. Yep.
That was the caucus of 6 that was exactly like hopefully the caucus of 6 now, and we're moving in that direction. That really got things done in the legislature. Now, we were uniformly in support of the military buildup. And so we all had a front and center seat to that negotiation and those discussions for those in that legislature that were either vehemently opposed or did not want the degree of buildup to what was happening. And we watched Mr. Wirtz, the Undersecretary, read that live on the legislature floor, and we thought, you know what, this is a great representation of having listened to all sides, and it really, I think, at the time, kind of blunted any major movement to just if you really were just hell bent on stopping the buildup. That was I think the antidote to saying we're going to work with your community, and so that's what's on the table. And if you see it now, I mean, even if we just go back to Poggett, right? The bottom line is that
the reason why I laugh is you remember where they had originally picked for the not the driving range, the shooting range, and everybody said, "What are you putting it there for? You can't put it there." And then they said, "Well, we'll put it down in Poggett." And then all of a sudden, they said, "No, you can't put it in Poggett." So, well, okay, we'll put it back where we said we were going to do it, and eventually they ended up doing that, and it was a clear example of some of those reactionary senators not knowing what the hell they wanted. They just knew that they wanted to get in front of it one way or the other.
Well, and the thing is, they were trying to be workable and saying we've got a lot of solutions for the community too. We know that that's a valuable asset to you. We can really trade it for some really strong, valuable assets. But it was not no, but hell no. And they said that's no problem. We'll put it on our footprint. And for some people that have complained to me about different issues with regard to restrictions and things up there, I said, look, you guys wanted it.
There you go.
There's not a lot of restrictions on the east side, but that was the decision. And so now that they're there, we live with the mitigating efforts there in terms of what the containment, cantonment, and everything else that has to happen. But back to that fundamental agreement, I mean, that's where we have to say, look, if you're updating your position now and it's this or nothing, you need to be clear about that.
Well, recall to the degree that Eddie was. I don't want to. It had worked, I thought, very well with the Navy on this, and the JIGPO office, and the several people that were coming through there around that time. The conversation, though, I think, was led by the legislature on what was going to be happening there, and it seems now that the strength of that legislature has been sapped severely since the 31st Guam legislature, and now we're talking about the 37th Guam legislature that seems to be aliens in the conversation. So I hope that you guys will find a way today to be able to assert yourselves. I thought the points that Senator Joanne Brown was making when we were talking were quite pointed. She was like, well, you're going to need to come back to us for the rest of the money here, and we're going to remember the way that we were treated and what low regard you held for the legislature when you were working on these deals without us.
Well, if you look at the most seamless transition from the Camacho to the Calvo administration was both governors were very strongly in support of the military buildup. And you got to remember now, I've always said to Governor Camacho that your legacy, really your strongest legacy of many things that you did, very well during your terms, was the stand-up of the civilian military task force, which actually also Lieutenant Governor Cruz, as well as former Senator Tony Lamorena, who actually led the Civil Task Force. And you remember all those conferences?
Oh, yeah. Well, you guys,
the money that was spent here.
Hell, I could kill an hour of talk radio by getting either one of you on the line to talk about it. 922. Interesting history lessons that we have. Other members of the 31st Guam legislature include Tom Adda, Tony Adda, my classmate Frank, B.J. Cruz, who is now the public auditor, the current guest on the program, Christopher Duenius. Judy Guthertz was there, and I think she was among those that was between her and golly, what was the name of the captain that used to work with her? Richard Wittenbach Santos. I think between those two, I think were probably the most vocal about every step that the military was taking when we were having conversations about the build-up. You remember that crazy day when Judy was suggesting that maybe we ought to put a toll booth at the at the gates at Anderson and Navy?
Yeah, that was a non-starter. But just in terms of completing the seamless, because this is one of your buddies as well, Mark Calvo took the torch, and I know that Mark was also one of the big players with regard to working. You know, he had a really good knack for working. With the Admiral and everything else and Department of Defense on saying, look, that we can find some wins here. So when it went from Civil Task Force to the Guam Build-Up Office under Mark Calvo, that kind of sealed the deal on the 4 pillars and kind of got everything underway.
Right, and certainly provided them a framework. Sam Mabini, Dr. Sam Mabini was there, Tina Rose Munya Barnes, Adolfo Palacios, the late Speaker Ben Pangilinan, Roy Respicio, Dennis Rodriguez, Mona Silva Tyron, Judy Wanpat, and Dr. Aline Yamashita. And you can see just by reading off some of those names who was and who was not part of the Let's Work Together caucus at the legislature. 9:24. What a time, what a day. So are you guys going to walk out tonight?
Well, I think that hopefully the governor's team is listening to all of the media on this today, and if they had something dramatic in their speech, I think they might want to reconsider because I just think it would be inappropriate. With all
to go into your house and tell you that you're not good. We don't like the way you've done things around here, so we're just going to exclude you from the conversation. Oh, by the way, we signed the lease today. Yeah, well, welcome to redundancy again, legislature.
Well, if we're signing the lease, and by the way, I've got my veto pen out, that's going to cause a problem.
Yeah. Well,
that's going to cause a problem.
Don't you need some money? You better find it on your own, because I don't know that the legislature will continue to be complicit in this again with the way things look like they look this morning. I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day.
Absolutely. More questions than answers always leads to a problem.
Yep.
Take care,
Amen to that. Well, it's going to be interesting watching the program tonight. It was always kind of going to be interesting because I wanted to figure out just how much gaslighting the scriptwriters were putting in there. What's true?
Yeah.
I mean, remember?
That's what I look forward to.
You remember we beat dengue. There's no more dengue on Guam.
We did, yeah.
And then... Then the lady over at Public Health said, not so fast. Hold up. Oh, wait a minute. You probably should have checked with me before you put that in the script. But they did. And then statements like you'd mentioned, crime is down on Guam. Nothing wrong with the schools that we've got here. They're perfectly good schools. Might have some mold in there. But really, where is there no mold on Guam? Do you know where we are? 13 degrees above the equator. This is mold central. This latitude right here is mold central. Of course, there's mold in the pretty much everywhere. Now, I like to consider myself a part of the problem or solution. Which one am I, Joe? Do you remember?
Both, Ray.
Crap. All right.
It just happened to be both.
Well, it just I want to offer a solution, and I'm not alone in my thinking. I was looking at the carcass of a dead cockroach in my bathroom this morning.
Oh, nice.
I am a bachelor, but I'm a bachelor with a cat.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the impetus was for Kaz Endo, who apparently was having a parallel thinking with me at that time. Stand by. I'll see if I can call it up on my gizmo here in front of me. He says, DOE should adopt 12 stray cats from Gain for every school and populate them on the campus. Felines will take care of all of the rodent issues within a month. In Japan, he uses as an example, school districts welcome cats on campuses because they take care of the dirty stuff and they don't leave a mess like dogs do in the playground, unless you have sandboxes. We'd have to do something about the sandboxes. But, you know, cats are pretty discreet. Cats are like, I'm going to go and poop here. Then I'll freak out for a couple of minutes, and only Tom Poole knows why. That is a thing for those of you that don't
and then bury it, right?
have cats. Yeah, they scratch away at something. And but anyway, so long and short now is that's actually a good idea. I've got a cat, and one of the things that I noticed after I'd had the cat for a while, don't see or hear lizards in the house anymore.
Yeah,
there's
security system, man.
I live in an old part of Totu, and you know, there's a whole lot. Somebody needs to go down there with some flit and kill all of the flits, what we used to call raid before it was raid.
Oh, yeah.
But you go down with you don't remember flit? This is a little can over here and a little pump action.
I remember they used to spray the whole village, man.
That was the noise that it made. Flit, flit, flit. And you use that to kill the bugs. So anyway, that's not a bad idea. And I would consider maybe that's something that they ought to pursue. Pick out a campus somewhere, Ocean View, whatever. Simon Sanchez, where we know we got a rodent problem.
Do a pilot program.
Unleash a couple of cats out
do
there.
Do it meow.
What did you say?
I said do it meow.
It's 9:28. I'll be right back.
It's March Madness month on GTA. That means big discounts and awesome giveaways. Come into GTA today and get the all-new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra with a 200-megapixel camera and advanced nighttography. Your selfies will look amazing day or night. Purchase a Samsung Galaxy S23 series smartphone and get on our best unlimited plan for as low as $65 a month. Plus get a free $200 Payless gift card when you open a new line. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. Smartphone month at GTA. We start with you.
Half a day. This is Jade Ugin from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
How about which one again? Oh, guys over at Nissan. Okay, NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. I'm fond of talking about the great deals that they've got, including this fact that right now it's Frontier season at Nissan. Grab yourself a winning offer. Starts with a test drive. You can win $1,000 in the test drive. And just for going on the road for a few minutes with somebody that can point out the features and benefits of this fine four-wheel drive vehicle could get you $1,000. Free grills, coolers, canopies, and plenty more. And then after you've decided that you're going to buy it, I like this. I like the color it comes in. I like everything about this ride here. I want to get it, mess it up, make it my own. Tell you what, no money down, and Nissan will make the first 3 payments for you. And free with purchase, a case of Spam and 25 pounds of bag of rice. Yeah, that's a great way to do that. Don't forget to ask about the car wash kit. They've got one of these things, comes in a little pail, and you open it up, and on the inside is everything that you need to maintain the sexy and redesigned from the ground up in 2022 body that is the Frontier. NissanGuam.com has all the details. It's 9:31 in the morning, and here as we move forward with the hospital they want to build in a place where nobody wants to build it, least of all the people that would eventually go and work in it, doctors, nurses. I'm not even sure the patients are going to have a good time with this, but it reminds me of reminiscent echoes, if you will, of March of 2020. And we're all looking at what was being declared out of the governor's office. the mandates that were coming out of there. And
Misty watercolored memories.
Rules and regulations. Yes, misty watercolored memories of the roadblocks. Misty watercolored memories of not being able to go to your favorite restaurant.
The shaming.
You remember? Oh, yeah. And
you eat outside, Ray Gibson.
All of a sudden, every store had a sign on it that says you can't come in here unless you're buying food.
Everybody built outside eating places just for you.
Yes. I mean, all of a sudden, everybody had to go and find plastic forks and knives and spoons and a ton of napkins and little takeaway boxes and bags now. Spent a lot of money that they would not have ordinarily spent, but if they wanted to keep any modicum of a business plan working, you did what you absolutely had to do. And then there was all the rules and regulations on sanitization. I mean, they still do it now, and to a degree, I don't necessarily have a problem with it unless I'm in a hurry to go someplace and eat, and a spot just cleared up. But it'll take a few more minutes, Mr. Gibson, because we got to go in there, and we've got to, isopropyl alcohol and wipe the thing down, Clorox wipes, and do all of this crap. And at the end of it, what did they say? It didn't make any difference. You call the maintenance company, and they come by here, and then we're going to walk around here in our hazmat outfits, and we're going to spray everything down and lay down a fine mist of alcohol, and that's what's going to kill the COVID virus on all of these surfaces. And then, pretty soon here comes the science, actual science from actual scientists that said, no effect whatsoever. We thought maybe the COVID virus would live for a long, long time on the surfaces of things, but the fact is, nah, it never.
God, those guys made so much money, Ray.
Oh, hand over fist.
Alcohol, Clorox.
Oh, yeah.
Wipes.
Well, and wait a second. Only the good stuff, because you remember, I want to say that the customs did they not seize?
Yeah,
a whole bunch of
all the off-brand names.
Stuff,
Koreans,
this is not type of proof.
Filipino stuff.
We don't want this kind of thing coming into going. People buy it, spend top dollar for it. Only the government, actually, I think, spent top dollar for this stuff. I think everybody else tried to buy on a discount, if you will. 9:34. I've been promising for the last hour I'd read this to you. So Speaker Tlaib comes out with a thing, says a bunch of senators went down, met with the governor and the admiral and each other, and now it looks like about 3 o'clock this afternoon, a lease will be presented to the governor. Earlier I'd indicated that the lease had already been signed. That was the reading based on me being sick.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I read the thing, and then, because I had lack of oxygen going to my brain because I got boogers in my nose, it led me to believe that what I was reading was that the lease had already been signed. It has not yet been signed. It would be presented at 3 o'clock this afternoon and probably signed right in front of the legislature. In your face.
You think Kim and Ron will be there?
Whose town is this, Ray? Whose town is this? You have no say. You remember?
Yeah.
Anyway, so Will Parkinson was among the majority. Not majority, sorry. The unanimous set of votes that came out of the legislatures on Bill number 12. And we talked about this. I didn't think he was kind of crazy about that. Anyway, so now that the speaker has put out her press release, he feels compelled and put out his own. My vote on Bill 12-37, said Will, won't, hinged on the hope that the original landowners would get their land back, a hope that Speaker Therese Tlaib said was alive. But when I asked the Rear Admiral directly, he said there was no way that the original landowners could get their land back. This changed the calculus of my vote considerably. Without the hope of original landowners getting their land back, Bill 12-37 is just a pretext for stopping the new hospital from being built. Speaker Therese Tlaib says she just wants the legislature to be involved in the new hospital, but the Guam legislature already approved the building of a new hospital with Public Law 36-56, which authorized the design, building, and operation of the new hospital facility, which Speaker Therese Tlaib not only voted for, but co-sponsored. How dare you? Now is not. I want to suck that harder. But it just makes a terrible noise on the radio. Okay. Now is not the time to obstruct for obstructionist's sake. Now is not the time for political gamesmanship. And now is certainly not the time for the speaker to stake her claim to the future governorship. Whoa.
Wait, what?
Wait, hold on.
Hold up. What did you say, Ray?
Did she just, is he suggesting here that, let me read that again because, maybe oxygen deprivation because of the boogers. Now is not the time to obstruct for obstructionist sake. Now is not the time for political gamesmanship, and now is certainly not the time for the Speaker to stake her claim to the future governorship. This poses a threat to the very survival of our people. Easy now. Take it easy. You're entitled to a little bit of breathlessness, but not that one. People will die, Joe.
Oh, no.
If you don't die, you live.
China.
China.
I'm gonna say it like Trump, just to see if I can trigger somebody. China has been very active in the Pacific region, with outgoing FSM President Panuelo stating that intelligence briefings have indicated that China will be prepared to attack Taiwan by 2027. Panuelo also said that China was engaging in gray zone activities in the Pacific Islands, including espionage, intimidation, and bribery. We can no longer live in a reality that does not take these clear and present dangers into account. This is my editorializing. Will and governor's office. Okay, really? I'm sorry. The China is going to attack Taiwan and take Guam out thing. Okay, we get that. We've always been a target. There's always been a target on Guam's back. We were a SAC base before. Now we got the Navy down there. We got the Air Force up here. We got the Marines over there. And the colors of the target just got a little bit deeper, but it's always been there, okay? This is not new. And in fact, if there is this clear and present danger that you speak of, where's the bomb shelters? Why are we not being given plans to build bomb shelters in our backyards? Why are we not being given grant opportunities to be able to go to Home Depot and buy your, bomb shelter kit?
Yeah.
How about the drills? Can we have drills?
Oh, that sounds like a great man cave until the actual thing comes.
Agree. Encino Man. No, not Encino Man. What's the other one? Where it comes in? You know which one I'm talking about, right?
They had the bomb shelter, the 50s bomb shelter.
Yeah, and they stayed in there forever.
It was sweet.
Never bothered to check. Yeah, anyway. Isn't Brandon Frazier in that one, too?
He was.
Okay. So I'm just saying, if this is a clear and present danger, maybe we ought to start at the legislature and the governor's office. Maybe we better start talking about what to do in case there is a threat from these North Korean missiles that they're firing. And they fired a couple of them yesterday. And what's our response? There's been no threat to the missiles that have been fired by North Korea. Okay, well, one of these days is going to be let's pretend every once in a while that there is a possibility that there is a threat, and teach our kids where to go in case there is a threat of nuclear annihilation. Just saying. Let's start moving in that direction. If we're going to use China as pretext on this hospital thing, then I want us to start taking a more active hand. We can no longer live in a reality that does not take these clear and present dangers. Use those words, not me. Two of the most important things that need to be done with these geopolitical realities in our mind are to upgrade our healthcare system and have a 360-degree missile defense system. Yes, on the latter, upgrading our healthcare system. Did you just not a second ago say that by 2027 we're going to get attacked by the Chinese? China is going to attack Taiwan? Are we going to be able to build this hospital between now and 2027? One of my colleagues said on the floor that if Bill 12-37 meant that we would lose the new hospital and cause original landowners to not get their land back, he would be okay with that outcome. I'm not okay with that outcome. This is a lose-lose situation. We can't afford to lose-lose at this moment in history. Beware the Ides of March, people.
Hear me out, Ray. How about if they give the landowners like 2 top suites in this hospital?
Free health care.
Yeah, for
life. For life. And
a marked parking space for them.
Nah, just kill them. I'm sorry. 941. 941. I know. I'm probably having too much fun with this. It's a rather serious and delicate issue. But that's this is the contract that you and I have. This program is all about political gossip and smart-ass comments. And there's nothing like disagreements in the family between the governor's office and the legislature to just put me in that frisky mood. And today it's out there and it's all full and evident. I do not believe that, and this just me. Not that I got anything against Route 15. I love Route 15. You got a nice little church back there. There's some good hiking. You go where the church is, and then there's a road that you go down that road and then go over the fence, and you can get into. There's all kinds of private property.
Is that Fidian area or?
It's nice, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. Golf course. Let's build golf course there. Racetrack. Let's put a racetrack.
Yeah.
That would be a good place. If we lose the thing up, further up on Route 15. I used to live not too far away from there.
The Luleon Guerrero Smoking Wheels racetrack.
It ain't built for a hospital, man. I don't know what it is. That whole area, since I was a little kid, more suited, I suppose, to education and recreation, right? We got how many schools we got? And you go Route 15, there's no schools on the back road. From where Ladera Tower is, maybe...
That is a Japanese school there, man.
As the crow flies.
Wait, there's a school belt.
There is a school.
The whole school belt.
Right? From there, it ain't couldn't be more than a half mile between that intersection, the one the way into Ladera Tower, and Guam Community College, which is now a half mile away from GW, which is now a half mile away from the University of Guam. Infrastructure there for that kind of thing. But I don't know that there's enough to support all of the needs of a hospital. Lanes for ambulances, someplace for a helicopter to land, and all of that. It's 9:43 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. My pal Greg's on the line. Hey, Greg, how you doing?
Hey, Ray, good morning, bro.
Hey.
Anyway, two things, man. Why are we being subjected to lease the property from the military when, two, it belongs to the people of Guam? And the thing that bothers me is that, I serve the military. But I don't find it quite idealistically to lease it back to the people. The other thing is, how are we going to comprehend building a hospital where they're going to build a launching pad? That's prime target, bro.
Yeah, I've heard that from guys that know a thing or two more about military matters. Did you really want to put that facility next to the hospital? Because the Chinese are already here. They're arriving by boat, and they're going to go. Oh, where did they put that missile system next to the hospital? Well, I guess we're taking them both out. You got to take out that. We got to take out that missile defense system, and we got to take out if the hospital it becomes a casualty. Well, then the hospital becomes a casualty.
Well, the funny thing about it is, even if the hospital is not built yet there, but are you aware that back then they used to have tourists go into Taragi Beach, into that company that used to take them to a private property called Star Sand?
I thought Star Sand was more on the Runau side.
No, it used to be over at Taragi. And they will cross from Taragi over to Runau, with amphibious vehicle. But the thing about it is why do you authorize somebody from a foreign country to even have access to go into a tourist site?
Yeah, well.
That's quite shocking.
I don't know. To what degree they surveilled or enforced any of that stuff back in the day?
Well, the reason they did that was because the private property owners down in Taragi area that leads to the Runau have their rights to enter the military facility to get to their property.
Right.
So there's a loophole there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if I'm in the van, but I got 20 people in the van from a variety of countries as well, and they're not going to get checked.
Yeah. So that's the sad thing about it. A base is a base, and there's restrictions that you have to follow. You have to make sure you have the proper credentials to get into the base.
Well, this is an interesting conversation, and frankly, it should be had among people over at the legislature and among people that are on this planning comitea that they've apparently got for this hospital to answer those questions.
If they're going to build a new hospital, they should build somewhere. Why there? Why don't they build it somewhere like in Jotnia? There's a big property there in Jotnia. Next to Leo Palace. That's more centralized.
Well, it's almost exactly in the center, come to think of it.
Yeah. and there's no military base around there.
Trying to think if that's private property.
Well, there's government land from if I'm not mistaken, there from where Leo Palace towards Palanta, go all the way towards Route 17.
I think wasn't that supposed to be the original staging area back in the day for where they were going to put the dump?
No, there's two places that they were planning to put the dump. One is in Guatali, which is the incinerator.
Uh-huh.
But that was shut down from the Cavus because during that time, Senator Eddie Cavu was against the incinerator because he wanted to push for the landfill to be over at Luzon in Dandan.
Right.
Because, lo and behold, later on people found out that the property across the landfill belongs to the Cavus.
Hey, half a day.
So here's the thing, Ray. If I'm not mistaken, in the near future, they're going to start sucking natural gases from the dump, and they're going to run a pipeline from there to that building that they plan to build in the future, which is a waste-to-energy power plant.
Well, I'm crazy about waste to energy. I think it's the way we ought to go here on Guam. We don't need to build up any more places to store trash. My preference is to burn it and make electricity. But we'd like to be able to see everything right in front of us. Who's the landowner? Whose property is this? Who is going to benefit from all of this? We, to this day, don't know too much about the people that are behind any of the plans for the hospital outside of the governor and lieutenant governor, I suppose. What about everybody? Who else is in on this? And are we in a position to ask them how they might stand to benefit from the construction of this hospital and all of the infrastructure that's going to come along with it on Route 15?
Yeah, I could also say about GPA when they negotiated to build a power plant up there in the Two Lovers Point area behind or right beside GRMC. Whose idea was that to build a new power plant, let alone just like GMH? We have GMH and we cannot even maintain it.
Yeah. Well, I talked to JB about that, and he had some pretty compelling reasons to want to put something like it out there. And there's no reason why you can't have electrical generation near a hospital. It's done in all kinds of places. But I see the point that you're making. Sometimes, Greg, what happens is we don't find out who the big beneficiaries are, who the ones that cashed in on a deal are, until after the deal is done and whatever is constructed is finished.
I mean, Ray, we have this big body of water, especially during the Rota banks. Why can't they come up with an idea with how they did in China with the dams that they have, where it's the generation is run by water?
Hydro.
I mean, why can't they come up with something like that? I mean, there's a power plant at Teguise, but it's no longer running. But you have the Rota banks between there. Why can't they come up with a solution there?
9:49 in the morning. Lots of questions, Greg. We'll dig for answers.
Okay, Ray, you have a good day and stay safe, bro.
I will, Chella. You have a great day as well. 888-825-5888-TALK. Yeah. I don't know what to say other than, we saw exactly the same kind of crap go down in 2000, 3 years ago. Almost exactly 3 years ago, we saw the same kind of thing go down where you got people over at the legislature who should have been in a position to be able to assert themselves as the co-equal third branch of government and just let that opportunity go by every single time. So I'm wondering, is this the first power check of the second administration? It is, right? This is
That's what it sounds like.
So Greg is old enough like me to remember when we were little boys, and I've told you this story before. It's a cultural thing. If you wanted to fight with somebody, they don't do it so much now. Now you watch the kids fight. There's a lot of yak until somebody starts throwing fists. But back in the old days, if you wanted to get something going with somebody, you'd reach out to them and you give their chin just a little bit of a tillick, huh? Like, look how close I can get to you, and you're not doing anything yet. And that's tomorrow, little boy, for let's fight. And you had to fight after that. I mean, you might lose, you might get a black eye, you might get a chipped tooth, but you don't let that go unanswered. And in my mind, that's exactly what's going on right now. Is you've got Adelup reaching over, doing that little chin flick, and will this legislature be any different than the previous two legislatures that she's had. For Cousin Troy from Candid News, 9 away from the top of the hour, and I was going to spend a lot more time talking about the audio that was leaked to Candid last week that indicated that there were some serious issues with the IT departments in Guam Memorial Hospital. Lined up most of the show to talk to some of the people that were asking questions. Got him on the line, got him talking about it. But obviously, for people like Jesse Lujan and Senator Joanne Brown and others, the question has got to morph into you're just going to let this happen, aren't you? What do you think, Cousin Troy? You were also online with a conversation on Canada a few minutes ago, right?
We were talking about the lease that the governor apparently is going to enter into today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I meant. I thought we were going to spend a lot of time today talking about GMH, but as it turns out, Therese Terlai gives us a press release at 5 o'clock in the morning that is far too compelling to ignore.
Yeah, so this is the big deal, and this is really Senator Chris Barnett was on the phone with us this morning on our show, and he said this is a dark hour for Guam, and I agree with him. And it's not necessarily, I mean, it's a lot of things. It's turning our backs on 30-year-old government of Guam policy on ancestral lands. That I never thought I would see the day when a governor would turn his or her back on the people of Guam.
But the Admiral said, Cousin Troy, the Admiral said that they're never going to get that land back.
The Secretary of the Navy on January 18, 2021 said that they were going to give the land back, and that's part of the argument that Barnett and Speaker Therese Terlai made was, you can't tell us that this wasn't going to be declared excess and returned to the government of Guam, because we have it in black and white right here. We were the ones who broke that story. When we did a FOIA of these documents and we broke out this letter and we asked, and Adelup said, they're not going to return the land. And we said, well, what about this letter from the Secretary of the Navy saying he was? And then silence, nothing. And the members of the legislature asked, and they said, and then Adelup still said, they weren't going to return the land. And now the argument's going to be made. Look, they're not going to return the land. Yeah, because you've been negotiating to lease it from them. Mm-hmm. Why would they return it? If they can lease it from us, or if they can lease it to us, in return for that lease, we have to pay for the medical costs of the military servicemen and women and their dependents. They should at least pay for half the hospital.
Huh? Obviously, you and neither one of us are privy to the terms in this proposed lease.
Because it was done behind closed doors, which is another issue. And maybe we need to ask Judge Christine, is that even legal for 5 senators and the governor to meet with the admiral behind closed doors?
I did ask him, and he had indicated it could not necessarily see a violation right away, but it certainly flies in the face of the spirit of the open government law.
And there's the other thing, I think Admiral Nicholson needs to be taken to task here. If the military throughout all of these years, and by the way, that contract was made with the government of Guam in 2011, painstakingly made by Arthur Clark and the Assistant Secretary of the Navy at the time.
The 4 pillars.
4 pillars to us, one of them, the most important of them being the net negative. Now the military is breaking that promise unilaterally, shoving that down our throats, and making their demands on what it is that they want to see. And our government is going along with it. It just boggles my mind.
Well, this is a mind-boggling day. I guess we'll get more information. I guess it won't be completely done until she signs the lease actually in front of the legislature tonight in the State of the Island address.
I won't be surprised if because of the speaker's, the speaker just basically took the wind out of her sails for tonight's big announcement. If the admiral rushed to Adelup this morning with the signed lease and the governor signed it already, but the Admiral Nicholson needs to be called to task, because if the military was hoping to improve its relationship with the people of Guam ahead of the arrival of the Marines, this is the worst thing they could have done.
I'm wondering off the top of my head how many people over at the Joint Region are scratching their head as well, saying this doesn't make any sense. And you're right, to a degree, it contradicts everything that we've tried to do and underscores some, I don't want to say hysterical, but some rather pointed comments that the Speaker had made in her press release this morning that calls into question the sincerity of what they had proposed, number one, and reminds everybody about some of the issues that the government of Guam has taken with the military and the federal government over all these years.
Yeah, and it just sort of, I hate to say it, but it kind of proves the point that many of the activists were saying all of these years, and it didn't have to be this way.
Well, somebody was asking on Facebook Live, where are the activist voices now? And the answer is they got good jobs in the government. they ain't going to say crap.
They need to be called to task as well. All these years of saying these things, and just because they support Governor Luliang, this is like the worst thing that could have happened. And if they were true to their word, if they really believed in what they were saying, they would be the ones protesting right now to stop that lease from happening.
I don't understand why they're not calling in droves. I saw Mike Bavacqua walking in the back of Guam thing the other day with his old man, which was nice, and I thought, hey, this is groovy. So I wonder what he's got to say about all of this. Where's Hope Cristobal? Did Hope call in this morning, Joe?
I think someone called in and they yelled,
"Colonizer!"
Maybe it was her. I'm not sure.
I don't know, cuz it's going to be an interesting conversation at the legislature tonight. I don't know what she's going to, what accomplishments they're going to tout that haven't been achieved without the use of federal dollars.
Oh, there's and so this lease just sort of overshadows everything. But yes, you're right, and it was the point I made on our show. Was every year, it doesn't matter who the governor is, education is the number one priority, and we've been saying Simon Sanchez is going to be built since 2014. Every year they say the finances of the government of Guam are great, but there's cockroaches and rats in the public schools, and no one can do anything about it. And our audits are showing that we are favoring the collection of taxes of the working people while not auditing or collecting taxes from the rich and connected, as Ken Leon-Gro calls them, the politically well-connected insiders.
Or the other one where BJ Cruz and it doesn't surprise me that BJ is going to take a swipe at the military buildup, et cetera, by saying we're just not collecting enough in taxes that we should have coming to us. And I don't disagree. I think if there's business being done in the military buildup, certainly it should benefit everything that happens here and in the government of Guam. Didn't come out of my pocket. I'm happy with that. So let's get to work on that. But we should have started working on that and giving them the tools that they need. When Art was running the Department of Revenue and Taxation, why are we giving Daphne a hard time about it now? It's never been funded. It's never been cared for.
Oh, and not just giving them the tools that they need to prepare for this military buildup. What about giving our kids and the younger generations the tools that they need in order to benefit from this military buildup? How many years of neglect for the education system, and to bring kids from classrooms into careers who are on the cusp of this buildup? If the buildup is happening, the need for jobs in these skilled trades, they've been happening. They've been open to our people, but we, as the government of Guam, have failed to train our own people in order to take those high-paying jobs.
They took high-paying, they took medium-paying jobs in other states. They voted with their feet, and that's where we are today. Just after 10 o'clock in the morning, 6:30 tonight, Candid will be rebroadcasting the State of the Island address from the governor's office. It will be my preferred viewing location because I'll be able to see the comments from all of the other Candid viewers.
Yep, please comment to your heart's desires.
Right on, buddy. All right, well, I'll check you tomorrow. We'll get caught up, and I'll get your thoughts on it. You've been a part of the speech-making process in past for the Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo. It'll be interesting to see how we compare and contrast some of the things that he talked about, some of the things that she will be talking about tonight. Watch out for fireworks. It's going to be fun.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'll see you pretty soon. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. KUSG Agutnia is 93.3. We are The Point. Hopefully, this time tomorrow, we will have resolved any signal issues that we've got with Choice Broadcasting. In the meantime, a reminder, always download the app. It's absolutely free, and you can listen to us wherever the internet is sold. Time now for Fox News on The Point.
Pace last month, the Consumer Price Index rose 0.4%, up 6% for the year ending in February. It's a sign of slow improvement in inflation. The CPI rose at a 9% pace in June. Excluding food and energy, prices rose 0.5% last month, up 5.5% over the year ending in February. The producer price index prices at the wholesale level will be released on Wednesday.
Fox's Ginny Casola. The state of Ohio has filed a lawsuit against Norfolk Southern Railway in connection with last month's toxic train derailment in East Palestine. Norfolk Southern says it's been providing financial assistance to residents and has been working on cleaning the site safely. The FAA says it's investigating after a taxiing airplane took a wrong turn last week at Ronald Reagan National Airport outside Washington and crossed a runway where another plane was preparing to take off. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, it's Will Kane, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Join me as I share my thoughts on a wide range of topics from sports and pop culture to politics and business. With the help of newsmakers and personalities, I will provide you my free, unfiltered, uncancelable opinion on the hottest topics in America.
The Will Kane Podcast. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. America is listening to Fox News.
A California-based senior facility and its leadership are facing charges related to COVID-19 exposure in the early days of the pandemic.
The charges against the CEO, administrator, and executive vice president of Silverado Senior Living's Beverly Place location outside Los Angeles, stemming from COVID-19 exposure in March of 2020.
The new resident was not tested for COVID-19, nor required to quarantine in isolation prior to admission.
L.A. District Attorney George Gascon in a press conference Tuesday, failure to quarantine that COVID-stricken patient resulted in the death of Brittany Bruner Ringo, a 32-year-old nurse.
In addition to Ms. Bruner Ringo, 13 residents contracted COVID-19 and died.
Among the charges, felony elder endangerment, which carries a prison sentence of up to 4 years. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
The Environmental Protection Agency is proposing the first federal limits on harmful forever chemicals in drinking water. The toxic group of compounds is linked to health issues, including low birth weight and cancer. The EPA proposes limiting 2 common types of the compound to the lowest level that tests can detect. A Chicago man has filed a class action lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings over its boneless wings.
The suit accuses Buffalo Wild Wings of false advertising, claiming the company wants diners to believe boneless wings are wings that have been deboned when they're actually, quote, slices of chicken breast meat deep fried like wings akin to a chicken nugget. Buffalo Wild Wings tweeted a series of saucy responses like, quote, it's true. Our boneless wings are all white meat chicken. Our hamburgers contain no ham. And our buffalo wings are 0% buffalo. And crypto is just boneless money. And decaf is just boneless coffee. As reparations for the alleged chicken dupe, the suit demands a jury trial, an unspecified amount of punitive damages, lawyer fees, and any other fines determined by the judge.
Fox's Gianna Gelosi. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
atop Fox News headquarters in New York City. Always seeking solutions, never sowing division. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the latest moments of the Brian Kilmeade Show. We'll follow all the breaking news as it relates to your money, your dollars, your cents, and where the economy's going. We'll be sure to do that, as well as take your calls, 1-866-408-7669. A lot to discuss. President of the United States. Well, let me see. What is going on today that's exciting that's not necessarily in the news? The president will be discussing efforts to reduce gun violence. Isn't that every day? He's going to be doing that over in California. Then he's going to be going over to Las Vegas a little bit later, participating in a reception for the DNC. So this guy's running again, just hasn't made it official. But, man, if this ends up being a run of the banks, that'll be that could change everything politically for all contenders. So let's get to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three. Sponsored by Crunch Fitness. Interested in owning your own business in a growing $30 billion industry? Check out Crunch Fitness at crunch.com.
Number 3. The House Oversight Committee subpoenaed Bank of America for more than a decade of financial records belonging to 3 of Hunter Biden's business associates. That venture hoped to form a partnership with CEFC, a Chinese energy company.
Yes, here you go. Hunter under new scrutiny as more Chinese millions turn up in his account and allegedly in Joe's. Oops. Dems, of course, are in denial and cry foul.
Number 2.
I guarantee you, we're going to end fossil fuel, and I am not going to cooperate with it, okay? No more drilling on federal lands. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill.
All right, that was the old Joe. Term oil, get it? Desperate to save his reelection, President Biden's greenlights the Willow Project in Alaska, kinda. And this action has been ultra-green effort going bonkers. His ultra-green left, I should say, going bonkers. I won't buy it until I hear the drill go into the ground. But for the most part, he's saying, get ready. Conoco, you can start working and getting 180,000 barrels of oil from that land, which is America.
Number 1.
And you can't let companies think that when they screw up, it don't matter because the government's going to save you, because then you're going to get rampant inflation and the currency is going to go to hell.
Yeah, how bad can it get? Could be looking at a regional bank run as New York Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank go down. Question is, how are we on the hook for it? How much more is there to follow? More importantly, why does President Biden always blame Trump? And like with his toxic train, like with the balloon, he's flat out wrong to blame the previous administration. You don't like Trump, that's fine. But by the way, terrible leadership, whatever you do in life. You got a leak, you don't say, well, the previous owner's here to fix it. Doesn't matter. Fix the leak. And then maybe in a 60-minute softball interview, you say, well, that was the previous administration. But you'd be wrong on that, too. So what's he talking about? There was a financial rollback that stopped some of the regulations with regional banks because the stress tests they were putting the big 4 banks under were not fair for the regional banks. Who thought that? Barney Frank from Dodd-Frank. He said it was an arbitrary number. You can lessen the stress test. So the regional bank that fell was SVP. The other one is New York Signature Bank. Guess who was on the board there? Barney Frank from Dodd-Frank. 82 years old now, still looking to make millions. He said the bank could have been saved. Some other things that we start the day at that's got our investors disturbed. The KBW Bank Index over in the West Coast. That lost 12%. First Republic is down 60%. Western Alliance down 45%. Shares of PacWest down 60%. Silvergate Bank crypto has been shut down. So if you're in crypto or you're counting on low interest rates, you're in the wrong business and you're about to crash. But here's President Biden just saying, oh, by the way, this is Trump's fault. Cut 3.
During the Obama-Biden administration, we put in place tough requirements on banks like Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, including the Dodd-Frank law to make sure that the crisis we saw in 2008 would not happen again. Unfortunately, the last administration rolled back some of these requirements. I'm going to ask Congress and the banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks to make it less likely this kind of bank failure would happen again.
Right. So let's just say that if the regulations were in place during the Obama years, this wouldn't have happened. Wrong. This is all about upping the interest rate. So if you want to say, I don't want to create an environment where there's saturated spending, causing the devalue of the dollar, causing inflation to go up, causing interest rates to go up to control inflation, that might be more accurate. But I don't want to slow you down. Kevin Hassett couldn't believe it. He was a finance advisor to President Trump twice. Cut 4.
They came out and they blamed the Dodd-Frank rollback, which was a bipartisan bill in 2018. But Barney Frank was on the board of Signature Bank, and Barney Frank came out today and said there's no way that 2018 law had anything to do with it.
Right, no kidding. But let's just keep blaming them. Why do we know that? Well, we know that for sure. There were 17 other Senate Democrats who looked at this whole thing, including Senator Mark Warner. He has no regrets. I watched him on Sundays. I have no regrets about that. When you have a CEO say, wow, if the interest rates keep going up, I'm not going to be able to satisfy my customers should there be a run on the bank. He cashes out his shares and gets $3.4 million and then watches his bank collapse. You're going to blame Trump for that? That is not, I mean, this is going to make Trump look better in the long run. He does not sweat this stuff. Larry Kudlow was there. He's angry. Cut 5.
This was a cheap shot by Biden. This had nothing to do with Trump regulations or anything like that. We had the head Federal Reserve regulator on our show who said the same thing. This is a liquidity problem. It wasn't a regulatory problem. It wasn't a bank capital problem. In fact, the best part of this story, potentially, is that the banking system is very well capitalized, quite unlike 15 years ago.
So they say they have $100 billion to pay back. But the worry is this. So we are entitled to, as depositors, $250,000 back, FDIC insured, okay? So if you are lucky enough to have more money than that, or you have a fund and you bank, take that fund's money, my money, your personal wealth advisor, whoever it might be, and if collectively you have more than $250,000 and the bank collapses, you're supposed to be out of luck. You decided to leave your money in that bank knowing what the threshold is. So as bad as I feel for everybody, the thing I'm worried about is if all these regional banks fail, how could President Biden let them all fail? He's going to say, well, I can't pick winners and losers. They all got to get money. So it's going to go way over the $100 billion that these banks set aside for something like this to happen. So it's a bad precedent. Now, if these regionals start falling, this is where we're going to go. Carl Icahn knows this. He was on with Neil last night. The audio's not great, but he is. Cut 9.
The problem in this system is right now that we issue too much capital. Very simply, the balance sheet of the Fed went up like $7 trillion or a number like that. You look at that and say, the Fed is now telling you we're sort of going to get it back. It's like you gave your kids all this money and they went out and bought things foolishly. And then I'll get to that. So not only do you have this problem, many companies are run by people that are not qualified to run them or don't care. In other words, they have different agendas.
Which is nuts, right? Just crazy. So people are going to demand to see what's going on also. You just wonder, what were they thinking on the board there? When you get on these bank boards, don't you have to do anything? Don't you feel responsible at all for the people depositing? Isn't your name released to all the shareholders in the bank and all those, anyone who wants to go online and find out who's running banks before you go into Republic or Citibank or JP Morgan Chase? I mean, this is your record too. So if you're not qualified, don't take the job. Just incredible. So that's what's going on. The other thing is, and I think it's important, when it comes to energy, Joe Biden greenlighted the Willow Project, and he should. So he said, okay, this massive oil drilling project, he said the Department of Interior approved 3 of the 5 drilling sites proposed by the oil company ConocoPhillips as part of the Willow Project in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, right? Conoco previously stated that for the project to remain economically viable, the federal government would need to approve at least 3 of the sites, and they did just that. At the same time, this Houston-based company also agreed to forfeit about 68,000 acres of drilling rights that it owns for a separate project. The Willow Project could produce up to 180,000 barrels a day. And more should be weaponized, too. Joe Manchin's happy about it, right? Responsible development of our abundant natural resources is essential if we are to maintain our status as a superpower capable of supporting our allies and around the globe. While torturous, nearly 5-year process it took to get the final approval is proof that permitting reform is needed more than ever. And that's what Manchin wanted to do, permitting reform. I just think it was a stop sign. So all the left is so upset. Congressman Bowman said young people who put Biden into office, this is about their number one issue. If they stay home in 2024, we lose the election. That's so true. Rashida Tlaib, the despicable Freedom Caucus member, pledged to end new drilling on federal land. This disastrous decision to approve Willow project in Alaska is one of the largest oil development projects in decades. Will have its devastating consequence on our planet. Yes, you'll have decent oil and gas, and you wouldn't ask Saudi Arabia to drill for it. Will you step into reality, please? All you people, it's who we're buying it from, not whether we buy it or not. So, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West next, then Brett Baer at the bottom of the hour. We will discuss 2024. Donald Trump, a massive crowd yesterday in Iowa.
Educating, entertaining, enlightening. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
Open enrollment has come and gone. It doesn't matter if you're in reasonably good health. You can apply anytime and save 30 to 60% of Obamacare rates without any penalties. Stop giving thousands of dollars to government-sponsored insurance companies only to pay high deductibles with limited networks. American medical plans have absolutely no deductibles and zero copay for doctor visits. Couples under 65 are saving $500 to $1,000 a month with better coverage. So you owe it to yourself to see if you qualify for a health coverage plan that dramatically saves you money with better coverage. So just call. Call American Medical Plans at 833-500-PLAN. That's 833-500-7526. Or do this. Go to AmericanMedicalPlans.com. Now, that's American Plans with an S, AmericanMedicalPlans.com. They will customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government. Save money. Get better care. AmericanMedicalPlans.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Janice Dean, Fox News senior meteorologist, and my brand new podcast, the Janice Dean Podcast, is launching on the Fox News Podcast Network. Every week, I'll be focusing in on a person, a place, or a thing that deserves your attention because it makes the world a better place. Be sure to subscribe to the Janice Dean Podcast at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you listen to your podcasts. And don't forget to spread the sunshine.
This is Fox News Talk.
Headline Rewind.
1980.
5 seconds to the gold medal. 4 to the gold medal. This impossible dream comes true.
The jury took less than 2 hours to reach its verdict. Remarkably fast when you consider they had 33 separate murders to consider.
I can't say at this moment what other nations will not go to the Summer Olympics in Moscow. Ours will not go.
I aim to try and tap that great American spirit that opened up this completely undeveloped continent from coast to coast and made it a great nation.
This individual, Mr. Chapman, came up behind him and called to him, Mr. Lennon, and then in a combat stance, he emptied the Charter Arms .38 caliber gun that he had with him and shot John Lennon.
News as it happened. News as it happened.
This is Fox News Talk. The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
An 8-year-old who wanted to raise money for a Waffle House waiter in Arkansas makes today's Dean's List. Kazan Hunter loves going to breakfast at the Waffle House in Little Rock with his family. He not only loves the food, but the man who works there, Devontae Garner.